All done, boys. Do. Settling, what's good? It's Monday. Let me just set up a little bit. I've still got to eat, fam. I'm about to go grab that, but I didn't want to be late. What's good? What's good? It's Monday. What's good? What's good? What's good? All right. Yo, I need to get my water, I need to get my food, but what's good? It's Monday on the video stream, and we're going to be trying to finish off Resident Evil 4 today because I thought it was going to be done the last time. I thought it was going to be done the time before that. And rather than sack it off, let's just fucking do it, man. Let's just finish it. You know what I'm saying? All right. Just making sure everything's all right over there. Is the ticker running today? I should have done some bug fixes there, man, but I've been working a little bit. It's still bugging out, cunt. What's that all about? I swear I did a little patch to fix that. Oh, I get it. Hold on. Hold on. All right, it should be fixed now. All right, so we're setting up, man. I'm gonna go grab my food real quick. But listen, it's not a big meal. Don't worry about it. We're gonna keep it going. Alexa, stop. Just grabbing the meal. All right, just grabbing the meal. Put that there. Resident Evil 4. Just grabbing the meal. That's the subtitle. Resident Evil 4, just grabbing the meal. Sweet. Right. Stay right there. Yo. All right. I just got no appetite, man. And I'm still a little bit hungover as well, boys. We'll be all right. Live and let live, right? So, how we doing, man? I've started doing my, God, I just got no appetite today, man. Rice! A bit of a sandwich, man. Driest thing I've ever eaten in my life, man. Didn't think I'd ever get to swallow the cunt. Yeah. I've started doing my Silent Hill F research ahead of it coming out on the 25th. For anybody that hasn't joined us on any of our analysis streams in the past, we like to get a little almost too involved in the critical reading of certain video games and stuff that we parade around on stream. So we are 17 days away from release, 14 days away from my birthday, and because of that, man, I've decided to do it a little bit differently. Normally, I won't parade my notes around. I won't do too much research into things until they land. But to be honest, there's not many games that warrant analysis coming out these days. We tried a bit with Expedition 33, but you know, it's one of those. It's just one of those. So Silent Hill F, hit or miss when it comes out, whether it's good or it's shit. We will still be able to extract a good amount of value out of it, as long as they've handled certain aspects well. We know now that it's going to be a bit more action focused than previous entries, with Silent Hill 2 remake being cited as being a bit of a launching pad for that. So we're to expect, I believe, even more action than we got in Silent Hill 2, which I felt all right about, to be honest. I didn't hate the combat. I didn't hate the combat in Silent Hill 2. No, sir. No, sir. So just while I fill my stomach a little bit, man, I don't want to eat, but I have to if I'm going to be sat here for the next 4 hours. Put these trailers on, talk about it a little bit. I could turn my mic off whilst I chow down. In fact, let me get a little thingy up there. Me eats quick. Cam again shortly, bro. Yo, Crumb Penis, what's going on? What's going on, man? What's going on, man? What's going on, man? I met a guy from Charlie in VR chat, man. And he might be dropping in. What's going on, man? What's going on? I'm just gonna be quick, so Cam shortly again, bro. I'm still a little bit hungover. Like, I had to go out of the house today. And when I went out, I was fucking shaking, bro. I was like, and it's 16 degrees, man, so it's not cold. It's like, fucking relax, bro. You had, not even, damn it, man. I forgot to click live on Twitch. What's up? Hold on, we'll do the intro again. Prepared for it poorly, Crumpet. I had it fucking coming. My appetite is shocking, so I basically ate the bare minimal to kind of line my stomach. It wasn't the worst hangover, but yesterday I was like, I don't want to do anything, but I also feel miserable doing nothing. And today it's just my stomach's like, you cunt, why didn't you fucking put more food and water in me? Well, it's entirely my fault, man. Right, let me eat quick sausage. Hold on. Where's my cam at? It was a heroic stream though, and naturally, with me drinking on stream again, it's only right that the VOD got fucking banned from YouTube, but not Twitch. So if you want to watch Harry Potter through me, through VR chat, let's start with the earliest trailer, man. This is just whilst I put meals in me. Just while I put meals in me. A fizzy good. Fried egg sandwich, lots of ketchup. Yeah, but I get that sugar intake in. Yeah, man. A fizzy good. What, like a Sprite? I used to get big cravings for Sprite on a hangover rather. Right, I've got bits to say already, and I've not even taken a bite out of my sausage. I've got things to say already. Something that I missed in today's notes. Alto tablet. Ah, right. Yeah, man, that's it. Wasn't strategic. Like two fucking paracetamol or ibuprofen before you go to bed, and a fucking pint or two of water that works, man. I just didn't prepare for it. I was fucking up. I was up too late as well. Oh. Okay. Right. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I think it hit a certain time and I was like, right, fuck it. I was just sat there watching Harry Potter movies in VR chat with complete strangers. So this doll here, sorry, I'm so sorry about the eating, man. I've been very productive today, but I've not made enough time to keep myself alive. This doll here, okay? If we see this doll again later in the trailer, and its hair has grown, I've got something for you. So, keep your eye on this doll throughout this trailer. If the doll's hair grows, we've got something. I believe this is the first trailer we got. So I'm trying to take myself back to a time when Moose was about to sit down and watch this teaser trailer, given that I'd completely written off Silent Hill as a franchise by that point. It's still not too late. But they are making some decent decisions. And I can remember being quite happy with this trailer the first time I saw it. What's happened with the doll? His hair has grown. It's actually an OBS plugin. I can't remember what it's called. It's called Draw. I wouldn't mind one that I can just draw on my screen with, though. I guess this kind of works. I wouldn't mind that. It is a incredibly useful tool when you're streaming, certainly. Especially for analysis shit. Right, the doll's hair has grown. Let's see if it grows anymore, and then I'll tell you why this is significant. Okay. So, this red stuff, it's important, right? Instead of the rust and rot, in classic Silent Hill, the transition to the other world is normally marked by a change in the textures, right? Typically, Silent Hill in Maine, not always, but in our experience of a Silent Hill as represented in Maine through our protagonist eyes, rust, fleshy sort of textures and stuff like that, man. Even Angela Orozco in Silent Hill 2, we, as James Sunderland in Silent Hill 2, we temporarily, we get to step over into the other hills, the other I don't know what you call it, but everybody's on a slightly different plane or phase. So James, whilst we're piloting James, we mostly just see his Silent Hill, and we briefly get brief glimpses into Eddie's Silent Hill, which is presented as a meat locker. It might not all be like that, but you know, it gives us key insights into the character's psyche, all the rest of it. Angela has the rape room. You can't call it anything else. That room represents nothing but rape, and it's awful. It's terrible. But towards the very end of Silent Hill 2, we also see that Angela, her Silent Hill is on fire all the time. All the time. So we don't know. There's some incongruencies there. Anyway, getting back to Silent Hill F, we're not using the rot and stuff anymore. Instead, we've got these red vine-like tendrils. And what these are, now that we can see them blooming a little bit, so these are known as higambana, and they're known in Japan as the flower of death. Yeah, they're kind of traditionally planted near graves and along riverbanks, leading to the afterlife. They symbolize shit like final farewells, death, and the guiding of souls to rebirth. Okay. These are all the final farewells, death, and the guiding of souls to rebirth. These are all very Silent Hillian themes already. So we've got a lot of connection to previous Silent Hill titles purely for the mere fact that these lilies are being invoked in quite a significant way. We're supposed to take notice of these things, man. Like in Buddhism, these spider lilies are said to guide like the dead through reincarnation, and now it's not just flora; it's become this beautiful but deadly blight, as I've noted here, that spreads through the town and its people. Potentially, we don't really know that bit. But what we do know is these lilies are prominently displayed alongside a lot of other flora. Plant life, if you will. But yes, it's probably no coincidence that the higambana, which is noted as being the flower of death, is so starkly represented here. So we shouldn't ignore this. We should spend as much time as we can over-analyzing the flora in these trailers, man. We're going to see more representations of, it's this dichotomy between beauty and disturbing. That's something that the devs really want to hit in this one. They really want to, in a lot of J horror, especially a lot of classic J horror, beauty and fear are commonly attached to each other. It's like beauty versus horror, truth versus facade. Those sorts of things, and the behavior of the character in this scene as well. Let's just analyze, because we've been looking at the environment and the possible symbolism going on. We'll talk about the doll hair in a minute. Let's see how our protagonist, whose name we shouldn't know yet, but it's Hinako. Let's see how she's coping. Again, we are going to talk about the doll in a minute. Trying to build suspense. There are obvious similarities between what is happening to the doll and what is happening to Hinako. Okay? I don't know what this means yet. Obviously, it could mean that the doll is representative of Hinako being corrupted by these lilies, or this corruption, this quote-unquote corruption, right? That's an obvious tie-in. We'll get to the end of the trailer and then we'll talk about the doll a little bit more, because I'm kind of freestyling at the moment. There might be some very interesting connections we can make to help bolster some of my predictions about the game coming up. this might seem like a moot point, but when we analyze shit, even the easy answers need stating. Hinako, she's not having a good time. Would you agree? Would you agree? Not having a good time. That's important because it means that whatever this thing is, she's not embracing it. She's trying to get away from it. She's not having a blast. Not having a blast. And but that is important. You know what I mean? It's like horror game. A character gets scared, runs away. Yeah, no shit. But we still have to ask that question. Right? She's running away from it. So we know this. We can now identify this thing as negative, at least to Hinako. So what does it want with her? Where's everybody else? And what is it doing? What has it done? What has it done? Because there's obviously already been shit that's happened. It doesn't look like it's the first time she's encountered these vines, but rightfully so. She's only 15. She's our youngest Silent Hill protagonist, even younger than Heather. So you're probably going to be a bit freaked out, to be fair. And yeah, you're right about the War of the Worlds, actually. I didn't think about that, but you're absolutely spot on. All right, and then we're going to get a little bit allegorical. Well, there's a lot of stuff going on here. So we've already spoken about lilies, the Higanbana. And I noted in my notes over in the deep dives on Discord that the town is known as Ibisu Gaoka. Ibisu Gaoka, which basically means okay. I've got the breakdown here. So Ebisu is the name of a Japanese deity of luck. Oka means height, rising ground, or hill. Ga, we don't really need to worry about that. So Ebisu Gaoka, it suggests a location blessed by the god Ebisu, which would be fitting for a place on a hill with a view or a connection to the sea. So Ebisu is one of the 7 gods of fortune and the only one of the 7 to originate purely from Japan without any Buddhist or Taoist influence. Water is going to be very, very important in Silent Hill F. It already was quite important, particularly in Silent Hill 2, where a lot of Buddhist and Shinto aspects really, really bled through, probably through just cultural osmosis. Like a lot of that stuff was probably implemented subconsciously just through the ways in which we're raised and the traditions and the possible spirituality and aspects to our perspectives that may differ from continent to continent. So a lot of this stuff, similarly to the way that when I write stuff, because of the way I was raised, even though I'm not religious, a lot of my stuff is geared towards God, often as an opposition in some way. But that's just an example of my conditioning. You know what I mean? And I'm not religious, bro. So, and Shintoism's more of it is a religious institution, but it's far more spiritual than any Judeo Christianity based horseshit that we rock in the West. So yeah, fishermen, water, lilies, passage. We've got a lot pointing us in the direction of a particular soul, a particular character, making some sort of transition to the other side. So we see who is probably Hinako on a float of flowers, floating towards a torii gate. This is a definitive liminal space. And we can't be too sure what side of it we're on. Left to right generally is the direction of progress. In terms of like Mario moves from left to right, she's moving from left to right. You would think she's getting closer to her goal, but we just because the cinematic language here suggests one thing, without context, we truly don't know. She could be on the other side already. She could be moving towards it. So, is it the case that the corruption? Because here it looks like she's fully integrated with. I've not seen this trailer since it came out, by the way, but I have read a lot about it and thought about it a lot. It looks like at this point the corruption has had its wicked way, and is now, if not piloting Hinako directly, then making it, kind of dragging her by the wrist over to the other side or what have you. Trypophobia isn't something I suffer from, but this is pretty gnarly for anybody that does suffer from it. Is it trypophobia? Trypophobia. Trypophobia brings on feelings of disgust or fear when you see patterns with lots of holes. Sunflowers, honeycomb, sponges, and seedy fruits can cause this response. It's a type of anxiety disorder. Most people don't have a true fear of holes, but yes, that's why these holes are here. They're there to pick on those guys. And again, we're going to see this motif repeated in another trailer. Just picking up on this now. This corruption is coming from within. It's hatched and bloomed from within. It wouldn't be able to. It possibly wouldn't be able to bloom without undergoing the process that it has, whatever that may be. Because I believe it's in another trailer. We're going to see images of Hinako again, and it appears like the Mangana is emerging from inside her. So I posited the idea that Hinako is death is inside Hinako in some way. What could that mean? If you wanted to go with the accidental pregnancy theory, it could mean a few things. We'll talk about some of the theories soon. But at the moment, I'm just spitballing. I do have some bigger predictions. But a lot of the shit I'll be saying is like, well, it could be this, it could be that. It could be a fucking lot of things, man. This is an exercise in being a fucking smart ass. This is Moose trying to spoil the game before it comes out so he can go like, yeah. It'll be good. So really, this is the most pedantic we've been in any case study we've done on stream or otherwise, man. But we have to, because this, if any game needs incredible over-analysis, it's the new Silent Hill. You know what I mean? It's the new mainline Silent Hill. So fucking get ready, Konami. Because here's another bit of a reach. I'll be pointing towards, right, context. 1960s, Japan, 20 years before the events of Silent Hill F, took some hits to the head, man. Let's just say. So the country was still very much recovering from all of those mishaps, man. It's inescapable, and we talk about this with like Final Fantasy and all that. At this point, it's inescapable. It's like allusions to 9/11 stuff like that. Like the first Avengers movie, is only the way it is because of 9/11. And we could talk about the Avengers one day if people want. I don't give a fuck about Marvel, but they are interesting from a cultural perspective, because it is very much a 9/11 was kind of considered the castration of the American people. So God only knows what the Japanese people considered the atomic bombings. But as far as the content that we've been analyzing, Final Fantasy VII, through to 10, Metal Gear Solid. All of those were influenced in part by bad shit that's happened in human history. It's inescapable. And given the subtext in a lot of these games, man, deliberate or otherwise, I'd be remiss not to try and find some allusions to nuclear warfare in these trailers, man. It simply has to be a part of the narrative in some way, shape, or form. Ryukishi 07 is very good with his history and writing kind of period pieces. He doesn't really go too far back in time, but Ryukishi 07 has noted that he prefers the past, the near past, rather than like the distant past or the distant future, because he finds it can be more relatable than present day based stories or even near future based stories. So he generally Umineko was based in the 80s, for example, and the setting doesn't, the time setting doesn't really have much. It doesn't push the story around too much. It's not too important. What's more important to Ryukishi is the characters and his particular way of writing J horror, which is slightly different to Western horror. What with the Americans probably made the final girl trope. The final girl trope being, the lassie who's innocent and pure. She's not a slut. She's not a jock. She's not a stoner. She survives till the end. If you've not seen Cabin in the Woods, that's a whole deconstruction of like the final girl horror genre. But generally, Western horror will have the hero prevail over the threat. I watched the Until Dawn movie the other day. It's kind of pish, but pretty funny. And it was the same thing there. They all kind of prevail at the end. Whereas in Eastern, like J horror, or even European horror, no, actually there are differences. In European horror, the protagonist, think Frankenstein and stuff like that, they would become the horror in some way. So they would start with a little distance to quote unquote the horror, and then eventually it would, whatever. And in J horror, a lot of the time they just succumb to the curse or whatever it might be. Less winners in J horror than in Western horror, absolutely. And could this be another bit of cultural, like societal trickle down theory where, the Americans win because we've got big bombs, so the heroes survive at the end of the horror movie. Japan isn't allowed a navy, so its heroes die at the end. I don't know. That's just speculation, hearsay, whatever. Crumpy says, I think the idea of the near past being more relatable than the far past is a bit obvious, but fair point to make design writing wise. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just that distance thing, because he says good stories tread the line between like reality and fantasy. All of his stuff, like fucking Umineko's about fucking witches and devils and stuff like that. But at the core of it, it's about people and the events that happen in and around them, man. It's exhaustive, man. That Umineko's 80 fucking hours long, and I've still not fucking finished it. I've done about 60 hours. I'm gonna fucking finish it before this comes out. I was gonna try and get Higurashi done, and that's about as long. All good media isn't about what it's about, if you get me. Yeah, exactly. And it's easy from my position to be like, well, this obviously means that. Like the thing I just did with winners and losers. Like you could just do that, right? You could just declare that, and but it's not. There's always shouts out to the boys, by the way. Clancy says, I think in J horror it's almost like more cautionary tales, because it feels like there's a good chunk of J horror where the MC pokes around where they shouldn't. Yeah, absolutely. I've got Ju-On on my list. A lot of people have done Ju-On. I'm not talking about the one with Buffy, which was all right as well, but the original Ju-On is pretty much just that. On Curiosity killed the cat type beat. Shouts out Cusco Clancy, Crumpet. You're just in time. So yeah, the 60s. The 60s in Japan, more specifically. So let's just, I'll raffle through some of the context that I noted before, man. Okay, so I mean, Japan has been in transition towards modernization ever since the post Meiji Restoration. This is pretty archaic shit now. If people went around for like the Final Fantasy VII analysis and whatnot, basically the West fucked up. The West really fucked Japan up, and those effects are still being felt. And we're talking prior to atomic bombs and stuff like that. They were forced into trade, or they get fucking colonized probably. So the West forced Japan into trade with our big guns, blah blah blah, all this, that, why, and otherwise. And ever since then, in a lot of these traditional like Japanese narratives, we see. Well, tell me if you've heard this one before. Spiritual state, possibly magic, is preyed upon by a technologically advanced, lives under dark clouds city, generally with guys that wear black armor and all the rest of it. Guess who is who in this equation? The Shinra, the ancients, fucking everything, just everything. Pretty much every story is that. Pretty much every story is that, man. It's Final Fantasy 15 as well. All the Final Fantasies, man. But yeah, the West really fucked Japan up. We given them all of the trauma, all of the fucking trauma, and that is represented. We have to believe, or we've rationalized. If we can't prove a lot of this stuff, but we've rationalized how a lot of this stuff connects, even if it's not intentional. It's not up to, interpretation isn't the same as intention, right? So if we can reason with it and connect these certain events and turning points in the history for the creators and the society and traditions in which they grew up in. So anyway, that's a TLDR just to say, I am actively looking for allusions to the bombs, and we might be getting some here. This might be a bit of a reach, but bearing in mind the way that flowers have bloomed up until this point, it's generally been a vine and very distinct leaves. These are blooms that are a little bit and of course this yeah. Do you want better? If a face falls off, this is an allusion to the atomic bombings. We did it. We did it. Ant walking alligators. Is anybody familiar with the term ant walking alligators? It's pretty horrific, man. I'll read the excerpt. I'll read the excerpt. Okay. Now I want the quote. I want the quote from the book, man. I want the quote from the book as it was described, but I'm not clicking on the sun, man. as it was described by the cunt who fucking... we'll just go for this one, man. So, the term ant-walking alligators refers to horrifically injured survivors of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima on August 6th, 1945. These individuals were survivors of the initial blast who suffered extreme burns, resulting in their skin being seared from their skulls, leaving only a black leathery substance without eyes or facial features, with a red hole representing the mouth. The description alligator stems from the cracked, blackened appearance of their skin resembling an alligator's hide. The ant-walking aspect describes their movement. Severely burned and with limbs damaged, they were often reduced to crawling on all fours in an animalistic fashion, sometimes moving in long, aimless lines, following each other blindly through the devastated city streets, much like ants marching in a line. This behavior was attributed to shock, blindness, and the physical limitations caused by severe burns and muscle contractions. Yada, yada, yada. The sound they made was described as a continuous, unnatural murmur likened to locusts on a midsummer night, as their mouths were unable to form screams. Okay, Moose, but what about the doll? So, what's the deal with this doll? So, I said when we first put the trailer on, if we see this doll again later in the trailer and its hair has grown, we've got something. And naturally, we get just that later on when we see the doll simply become full victim to what the kind of corruption that is chasing Hinako in some way. So the doll's hair has grown, bro, and I can't remember the exact name of the myth, so you're gonna have to excuse me. Doll hair grow, Japan folklore. Okiku. Okay. The Okiku doll is a famous Japanese folkloric artifact from Hokkaido, renowned for its alleged ability to grow human hair. According to the legend, the doll was purchased in 1918 by a 17-year-old boy, Aikechi Suzuki, as a gift for his 3-year-old sister, Kikuko, who named the doll after herself. After Kikuko died suddenly from an illness, her family placed the doll on a household altar as a memorial. Over time, they noticed the doll's hair, which initially had a short Okappa haircut, began to grow larger, eventually reaching waist or even knee length. The hair is said to be human in texture and structure, with forensic tests reportedly confirming its human origin. Blah, blah, blah. The doll is now enshrined at Meneiji Temple in Iwamizawa, Hokkaido, where it is maintained by Buddhist monks who reportedly trim its hair annually. Despite the hair being cut, it continues to grow, a phenomenon that has fueled speculation about the spirit of the deceased girl, Kikuko, residing within the doll. While some believe the doll is haunted by her spirit, others suggest the hair growth could be due to the doll's construction, specifically whatever. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Doesn't matter. The point is, that's the doll. The point is, it's the same doll. So what's the connection? There's obvious tie-ins between Hinako and the doll. So what does this mean? Is Hinako already dead? Possibly. Possibly. It's one of the bigger predictions that it's a dead already, coming to terms with story. But there's a few other theories that I quite like. So I'm not holding on to any of them too much at the moment. But what we can take away is that this doll is supposed to be symbolic or embellic of Hinako in some way, right? And with that, I think we've covered the original teaser trailer, man. Rikishi 07, man. We'll talk more about Rikishi at some point, man. I need to finish Umineko before this comes out, man. I'm about 60, 65 hours in, man. I did want to try and get Higurashi done as well. That's not going to fucking happen, man. That's not going to fucking happen. I simply don't have enough time to finish Umineko and even get halfway through Higurashi, I don't think. Which was the next one to come out? 5 months ago. 3 months ago. Go 5 months. Official reveal trailer, cool.
Peggy 18.
Is it in Japanese? Nah, fuck it, it doesn't matter. Actually, no, it does matter. Because I might notice something with the translation. And my Japanese is shite, by the way. Like, I need to get back into learning it. But I do notice differences. I do know enough to pick up on a few things and be like, actually, that's not. They probably said something more to the effect of yada yada yada.
Shu-kun, 嘘ついてるよね。騙せてると思う？ひなこを。
Okay, what's going on? Well, on top of this bombshell, that would kind of support our theory, right? Or one of our working theories. But we were able to establish that with the original trailer, man, which came out 2 years ago. We didn't need this little punk throwing a spanner in the works like this, because this is gaslighting. Has to be. Has to be. The Sixth Sense trailer didn't, at any point in the trailer, say Bruce Willis slipped in the shower. If it did, it wouldn't be M. Night Shyamalan's only good movie.
死んだんだよ。
Hold on, she going there.
騙せてると思う？ひなこを。ひなこはね、死んだんだよ。
Yeah, Shinandayo. Shin, dead. Did you know that the number 4 is unlucky in Japanese, maybe Chinese culture as well? Because shi or shin means death. So, ichi, ni, san, shi. But you can also pronounce 4 as yon. So, typically, when you're taught Japanese, you're taught to pronounce 4 as yon, because 4 is unlucky. Torigate, liminal space. Do you want to stay with your friends forever? And we're looking directly at a liminal space. Getting big ideas of a transition happening. There's no new news to anybody, I'm sure, after that last shot in the teaser trailer with the float of flowers, which does invoke like Midsommar in a way. I'm only pulling at that thread for the first time now. I'm not saying it's going to have more Swedish pagan sort of connections, but you know, something to keep in mind. Danny's character arc in Midsommar could be somewhat similar. We don't know. They're going to be dealing with similar themes. So without reaching, we don't know where they got their influences from, man. It could well be that if people don't know what I'm talking about. Right? And this is a thread. I'm not going anywhere with this. I'm just gonna let it stew. You know what I mean? I don't know what their influences are, man. It's not a reach to suggest that they did watch Ari Aster's Midsommar, given it's fucking fantastic. One of my favorite movies, man. One of my favorites. Do you want to stay with your friends forever? Who's talking right now? Sounds like an adult, right? Let's listen. We're gonna run the trailer back. Let's just pay attention to how young or old the people speaking are, because if we're not going to get names attached to any of these voices, then we need to use other things to try and determine who the fuck they are and what their intentions are, right?
シュウ君、嘘ついてるよね。騙せてると思う？
So what is Hinako doing here? What's interesting to note is this is the only place that we've seen the corruption, so to speak, which is represented by the Higanbana, the red spider lilies. She is currently stood in the only bit of ground that has no trace of the Higanbana, the spider lilies, right? Whereas in the teaser trailer, it looked like the spider lilies were doing everything they fucking could to get her to be down with the clown. You know what I mean? Her shoes are off. It's a deliberate choice. Everything. I know it sounds stupid, man, but her shoes are off. Why do you have to get stuck in the mud? Well, no, that wouldn't make sense because then they'd still be in the mud or whatever it is, right? So why are her shoes off? What's she doing? What's she doing? I genuinely don't know. I'm trying to work it out. If anybody has any ideas, let me know.
シュウ君、嘘つい。
Right. We actually see. Okay, so those might not be her shoes. Well, she's not got shoes on, bro. She's not got shoes on. But them sandals, them clogs, man, they're not in a very natural position unless she kicked them off. Because one of them's facing the other fucking way. One of them's facing the other way, cousin. I'd be brilliant in forensics, by the way. One of them's facing the other way, cousin. Now it could be that she kicked it off and it flipped round like that, man. Not putting that past the laws of physics, man. Physics could do crazy shit, dog. I'm just trying to work out what's going on here. She's not stuck in position because we've just seen her move her feet.
嘘ついてるよね。騙せてると思う？ひなこを。ひなこはね。
Oh. Is it me or does it look like she's looking down?
Listen
to the sound effects. Fancy says, doesn't it kind of look like the person wearing the clogs vanished? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, so if they're not her shoes, no footprints because she hasn't proceeded beyond this point would be the logic for that. But if they are somebody else's shoes, where the fuck are they now? Because you're right, there's lots of symbolism. Well, the whole thing is symbolism towards a transition. I'll give the definition of the Higanbana again, because it's so important. The red spider lily, Higanbana, is known in Japan as the flower of death. These blood red lilies are traditionally planted near graves and alongside riverbanks, leading to the afterlife. They symbolize final farewells, death, and the guiding of souls to rebirth. In Buddhism, spider lilies are said to guide the dead through reincarnation. The red lilies aren't just flora, they represent the corruption itself. And there's lots to suggest that. Well, to be honest, we've only ever seen the lilies interact with Hinako. And if that is truly the case, at least so far anyway, I'm not talking about what's further in the trailer. We've not seen anybody else. We're hearing people for the first time now. We've not heard anybody else so far. Does it look like she's looking down, i.e. towards her stomach?
ひなこはね
Listen to the squelching noises.
死んだんだよ
One more time.
シュウ君嘘ついてるよね騙せてると思うひなこをひなこはね死んだんだよ
Pregnancy. Possibly unwanted. Ritual or rape. Let's play a game of ritual or rape. We know Hinako has an abusive father. I'm kind of jumping the gun a little bit. Mum's out the picture, although I've got some theories about that. I need to work on them a bit more. Hinako, there's a little bit of context, jumping the gun a bit. Used to be a happy kid, 15 now, rarely smiles. Dad's abusive, drinker, ignores her, or I don't know if he batters her or not, but it doesn't matter anyway. The point is, abusive dad. She has an older sister who was married off at some point in the past. In the 1960s, arranged marriages were still happening, especially in rural 1960s Japan. So we've got more threads to go on there as well. We're aware that Hinako, it's suggested that Hinako lives in her sister's shadow. Hinako doesn't want an arranged marriage, but I think she can see that it's worked out for her older sister. So we could see something related to this as well, especially have a very traditional patriarchal Japanese father. It sounds like he might stop at nothing else. So it could be that Hinako is being, or could be pressured into a marriage role or another role that she doesn't want. And this would play into the gender roles and gender discrimination themes that we are definitely going to be getting into with Silent Hill F. And that's fucking brilliant. There's already been some of the woke critics on YouTube. I've already started saying that the F stands for feminism, and that's bad. I don't know who could call themselves a Silent Hill fan and be talking that kind of trash. It's always been about women. Silent Hill's always been about women, bro. One way or another, it's always been about the women. And especially after Silent Hill 3, which arguably there's a lot of similar themes being hinted at, because Heather, if you remember, was also preyed upon in order to be used as a quote-unquote vessel to birth the Order's new god, right? Which is it's what is it? Divine conception? What? Yeah, is that what it is? Divine conception, but like unholy conception. I guess it's the inverse. And indeed, when Christianity is invoked in a lot of Japanese media, it is generally in order to present a ominous institution or a philosophy that is corrupting and damaging, much like Christianity was to Japan, of course. Two fucking atomic bombs full of Christianity will have certainly influenced certain aspects in this game as well. What I'm thinking about here, alongside the squelching noises and the symbolism of the corruption emerging from Hinako, it could be that she is pregnant, and it's either unwanted or it could be in some way be responsible for what's going on. It could be the machinations of this order-like cult that isn't the order as far as we're aware. We can talk about that as well, but that would be too obvious, right? They're not just going to retread Heather Mason's story. Ryukishi 07 is not going to do that. To be honest, Ryukishi 07 being the writer for Silent Hill F is a fucking wild card, and I say I know his work all right, man, better than most people on planet Earth, cunt. Because I just was intrigued by these visual novels that everybody said is the creme, this the peak fiction, peak literature. I was like, go on then, fucking 80 hours of visual novels, let's go. And it's fucking really good. The thing is, because Higurashi and Umineko, and I've only done Umineko, because they're so long, especially in comparison to a game like Silent Hill F, which will probably top out at 25 hours, a lot more time to explore certain themes and ideas. So it starts about one thing, but it becomes a whole. All these characters, you learn everything about them, why they are the way that they are. If they're bad, then you'll probably finish with some kind of sympathy for them. If they're good, they'll probably do something or have done something that that will shock and surprise you. But he can't go for an 80-hour romp with this. He'll be working with less characters, I'm going to assume, and a lot less dialogue as well. I don't think he's going to waste any time rehashing in places he can avoid it. Certain themes are they're always gonna come back up, man. But in terms of actual literal surface level plot points, if a pregnancy is involved, I think it will be a human pregnancy rather than demonic. Hinako's dead, okay? No comment.
子はね、死んだんだよ。
No comment. And we still don't know what the F means. We just know that they didn't want to call it Silent Hill 5 because yeah, basically when series start doing that so that newcomers to the series don't think they have to play 15 Final Fantasies before they can start Final Fantasy 16, because those people do exist.
ひなこはお友達といつまでも一緒にいたい。
Older woman speaking now. The first adult we've heard. That's important. That's important. Because what are adults to children? They're supposed to be guides, right? They're supposed to be educators, guiding us down the right path. Based on Hinako's upbringing, how obedient might she be, or how trusting might she be, given that the promise of the Japanese, oh God, I was going to say the Japanese equivalent of a nuclear family. Yeah, we'll run with that. You know, her family model has been disrupted. We don't know where the Ma is. And Japan's not as blasé, never has been as blasé about certain inconsistencies or certain things that might make you stand out as being different or disruptive. It's very much a collectivist society, even now. And because of this, Hinako's home life will have been difficult. On top of that, she's a lassie in 1960s Japan. So this is happening just before the the women's right movements, the women's rights movements in Japan. This is right around that time. Yeah, in the 1960s, right around that time. So gender discrimination will definitely play a big part in Silent Hill F. Yeah, absolutely. There'll be a lot of misogyny, bro. There'll be a lot of misogyny. Ryu Kishio 7 is good at writing abusive household backstories. He's not afraid to numerous points in him. I don't want to spoil it for anybody, but yeah, poor little lassie Maria, man. She does get battered. She does get battered, that girl, man. So I'm not saying Hinako's being battered, but oh bitch, Clancy. Speaking earlier on the clogs, those look like the ones that women would wear, kind of like old geisha shoes. Yo, fucking great catch. And on top of that, they might be too fucking big for her. I might be reaching with that one. Oh, that's a fucking great shout, mate. Ah, I'm pissed I didn't fucking get that.
Hinako.
Let me see her feet. Nah, they could fit. No, you're right. Let's have a look. That's a good. I don't know what they're called, man. I should know this. That's a good lead, brother. Geta. Fucking great pick, Clancy. Brilliant. Traditional Japanese footwear. I want to find like they look like those, don't they? All right, it's all the same thing. The ones that apply pressure to a certain nerve on your foot, right? I want to get some, to be fair. But we want to find out. Great lead, Clancy. That's fucking just the stuff. We want to find out where they're used, typically. This is a bit lacking, isn't it? Look, geisha. Maiko, meaning geisha training wear distinctive tall gaiter called okobo. How tall? How tall are we talking, Doug? Those aren't tall at all, actually. How tall are we talking, man? This is prime time fucking analysis content, by the way, boys. Fucking dial in. We might get around to Resident Evil, man. I didn't think we'd take this long, but I'm having too much fucking fun. We're getting work done, man. If we hit it on a hot streak, man, because we're gonna be at the forefront of not that anybody is really gonna fucking notice, but we're gonna be fucking analysing the piss out of this game when it comes out, man. And I don't give a fuck how many people are watching. It's going to be better and more in depth than 99.5% of all those cunt streams, man. So it would be good afterwards if we hit you enough gumption. Cut a little edit afterwards, man. Might write a little script and stuff. We shall see. We shall see. From China, obviously. 3 legs, nope. There's a lot of different kinds of gaiter. Primarily one with yukata. Yo. There's no need to wear socks, but she is wearing socks. Is this important? I don't know. She's not wearing shoes, but she is wearing socks. Lots of styles. So I guess they could be quite general. Okay, so it can be quite casual, but it can also be quite formal. Very Japanese either way. And it was definitely worth checking. To the second part of that, she's almost yearning for a mother or something. We have to, if there's a father, we need to, here's the thing with younger protagonists, right? The parents factor in to the events in a way that it simply really never does with a lot of adult antagonists. You don't know who Nathan Drake's mum and dad are. You don't need to. Hinako's 15 though. So if we've got background enough to be like, well, she's being abused by her dad and her mum's out the picture, that gives us a lot of analytical threads to go off on. We haven't even started on the psych and philosophy yet. We're just going on symbolism and themes at the moment, and then we'll boil it down from there. We basically, the mother has to be mentioned, especially in a game about women. Very, very heavily centered on the plights of a young Japanese woman in a very turbulent time in Japan, just ahead of their rights movements for women. So it's certainly not a reach. It's a Silent Hill protagonist, and all the other context. It's not a leap to suggest that Hinako's pretty fucked up by the time we get to know her. It doesn't sound like she's had it very easy, but that doesn't necessarily mean an abusive household is going to be at the crux of her Silent Hilling experience, whatever and however that might invoke itself. Because at the moment, I'm not considering any of the quote unquote laws or rules from the original town of Silent Hill. We're building from scratch. I don't want to make any, because I see a lot of people on Reddit being like, oh, well, this could be attached to that. There's an ongoing, sorry, a bit of a tangent. There's a theory that I don't believe in, that the strange plant, which actually exists, it forms, it's something like the origins for the fluoros in Silent Hill 1, it's a thing that's used to create a medicine that can exorcise demons. And some people think that this will go into the origins of such a place. It won't. Don't worry about conventional Silent Hill stuff. If they do, that's on them, but they don't need to. And I think any fans that try and hold them to old shtick really doesn't get the series at all. I'm trying to explain what I mean by that, but it's never been, they've never been connected, the video games, really. Like 1 and 3 are connected, but that's it, bro. And on top of that, in Silent Hill 3 and 4, we see the corruption outside of Silent Hill anyway. Could be outside the fucking state, as far as we're aware, in Silent Hill 3. So yeah, probably worth noting that I'm not working from any assumptions or preconceptions based on older Silent Hill games. That'd be very easy to do, but we don't need to. We just need to work out the Silent Hill formula for this particular traumatic romp, as it were. So yeah, we'll take it from the beginning and try and work out how the transitions occur. That's going to be important. How and when do any transitions to the other world occur, or is she just in the other world most all the time? Don't know. We've only got 5 seconds into this particular trailer. We've been here for 25 minutes probably.
嘘ついてるよね。
Ghost Talk. Silent Hill F doesn't feel like Silent Hill. We'll get to it.
騙せてると思う。
I'm excited. You think you can fool Hinako? Okay, so Hinako's not in this conversation. This is likely a group. I can't believe this is fucking brilliant analysis, man. Because we haven't watched more than 5 seconds of this trailer, and there's so much to talk about. These kids are talking to each other. Hinako is not in the room. They know Hinako. we're looking at Hinako here, and this conversation might not be connected with what we're looking at right here, but cinematically, for the purposes of the cinematic storytelling of the trailer, this lets us know that Hinako is indeed separate from these people, these kids that are talking about her. Right? Seems obvious. Worth mentioning. Hinako's dead. Again, I think this is gaslighting, bro. But this might suggest that she's off herself, because that's far more dramatic than she slipped and banged her head. You know, that kind of is one of the endings to Silent Hill 1, so...
ひなこはね
Oh, multiple endings as well, by the way. So we're not trying to define canon as far as endings go, but we might be able to guess a few.
死んだんだよ
There's no canon endings to like Silent Hill 2 and stuff. They're all canon. They're all canon. Even like the UFO ending.
友達といつまでも
You want to stay with your friends forever. And we're shown a shot of a torii gate overlooking the village, complete with some typical Silent Hill fog. Natural fog though. Just there. It's a motif. It's just a reference for now. It's just a reference. Just a reference. The fog isn't silent. A lot of people get that confused as well. A lot of people think Silent Hill is just a foggy place. Fog's got nothing to do with it. The fog was literally just put there to hide draw distance on the PS1. Everybody fucking knows that, man. If they could do the draw distance, there would never have been any fog, bro, because it's not important. You know, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, what was I saying? Do you want to stay with your friends forever? Shown a picture of a torii gate. Hinako is being presented with a proposal, a bargain, by somebody on the other side, as it were, in the other world. That's my guess for this. And with that and the context we had from the previous conversation a few seconds ago, a lot of this is pointing to Hinako no longer being in the same realm, whatever that might mean, as her buddies. So here it sounds like an older woman, a woman, which is it's important, it's a woman as well, is potentially offering or setting up some kind of bargain. And this is just the way you would do it with somebody young and naive. You're here now, don't you wish you could go and chill with your friends forever? Well, if you just do these small little things for us, man.
一緒にいたいお友達は
Friends don't last forever.
いつまでも一緒にいたいお友達は永遠じゃないのよ
Okay, so to counter what I just said, sounds like she's trying to suggest that if Hanako wants to rejoin her friends in whatever capacity, it wouldn't be optimal for her. Really, she should heed the wisdom of whoever the fuck is talking right now.
彼らだっていつか必ず
And it could be the mother. If we're just gonna shoot out loose predictions, man.
あなたを裏切る
Gaslighting.
あな
We love a bit of gaslighting, man. Just as they say you betrayed them. Doing what? Did something bad happen and Hinako done a little honor suicide?
た裏切り者と呼ばれたようにきなこあ
A glitch effect. A glitch effect.
きなこ
A glitch effect. Not so much. not so much.
ひなこ
あ、ごめん。何？
天秤にかける価値があるかどうかしっかりと判断しなさい。
A shot of a mirror. Shot of Hinako approaching a mirror. Dualities. This infers his connection to the other side. It's a bit of a liminal space type beat. In a way, you might think it's a bit of a reach. Just take it on a metaphorical front. We're showing the mirror before we see Hinako. Just think about cinematic storytelling. What if it was the other way? What if Hinako approached the mirror? Everything's deliberate, man. So it's interpretation fodder.
しっかりと判断しなさい。
So, monster design. We haven't got Ito on this one. Masahiro Ito is not working on Silent Hill F, which is sad. But who did we get instead? Can't remember their name now, actually. Hold on. They've got an alias. Era. Okay. So there are some other artists as well, but let's pull this up. Man, have they got a portfolio or anything? Yes. Very, very different from Masahiro Ito. But very, 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 very talented. Very, very talented. And it's interesting to note that Keda hadn't done much monster design prior to this, and it's understood that there's a lot of honor or sort of respect from Kera towards Masahiro Ito, the legendary monster designer on the first 3, maybe 4 Silent Hills. Well, yeah, you might start to be able to see the sort of way they're going to go with it. So it's a different take, it's a different approach, but it makes sense, right? It's a different setting altogether. Oh, this guy's giving us some, because I do have some notes on this as well. I just didn't write them up today. So yeah, a lot of the monster designs in Silent Hill F, with reason to believe that they're not manifestations so much as James Sunderland's monsters were, right? Every single one of the monsters in Silent Hill 2 is connected to James's psyche in some way. Doesn't seem to really be the case in Silent Hill F, at least not yet. They all seem to be inspired by, named after certain folkloric yokai, spirits, entities, myths, and whatnot in Japanese folklore. So I actually, with Silent Hill 2, on a psychoanalytical angle, it's a lot easier to approach because it's just like, right, okay, therapy, bro, like this happened, so James started behaving like this, which caused that to happen. That's therapy, and then you work out other threads from there, like, and all the pieces come together, and you're like, oh my god, oh, That's really interesting. But in the case of like Silent Hill 1 and 3, and this is, but those are manifestations as well, actually, so I can't even use that. And then Silent Hill 4, Silent Hill 1 and 3 are Alessa's manifestations. Silent Hill 2, James's. Silent Hill 4, Walter Sullivan's, the antagonists. And I don't think that any more Silent Hill games came out after that. But in this case, they're all folkloric in nature. And so they could still be manifest because the Japanese take folklore and myth and stuff a lot more seriously than we do, or at least they give a lot more credence to it. So it could well be that the stories and stuff that Hinako was brought up with about these spooky stories about these yokai that haunt rivers and whatnot. Again, water is something we're going to talk a lot about. It could be that she's making these associations, and so they are still manifestations. She is still a child after all, so she could have very childlike fears. It's not like James, who's scared of not getting pussy anymore, you know. And inversely, it's not like Alessa, who is a petulant, tortured child who's just kicking off and really likes butterflies and dogs. But this guy is the Ara Abare. Ara is, you'll hear it in anime, Ara. It's like an onomatopoeia meant to denote surprise, arousal in some cases. Just a bit like, oh, hello. What's this then? So in Japanese, Ara is an interjection used to express a range of emotions, most commonly surprise, realization, or mild annoyance, often translated as oh dear or oh my. Fair folks. It can also be used with other interjections like ara or arama to add emphasis or a slightly different nuance. The Japanese word abare generally means to act violently, rampage, or struggle violently. So ara abare, surprising violence, mildly annoying rampage. In the context of fighting games, it refers to taking risky actions, often by aggressively using attacks while at a disadvantage, hoping to land a hit and potentially start. All right, bro, I don't care about your Street Fighter career. This could involve mashing. What are you talking about, man? And then we've got the Kashimashi. And these are all, you can Google any of these, man, and you'll find tons of information about all of them. So the Japanese word Kashimashi, again, another onomatopoeia-based word that like the Japanese really like words that sound like noises, if that makes sense. So the word kashimashi translates to noisy, boisterous, or clamorous. It is often associated with the phrase "ono sanin yoreba kashimashi," "ono sanin yoreba kashimashi," which means when three women gather, it is noisy. Do you agree? The kanji can also have other meanings, but when combined with shi, as in kashimashi, it specifically means noisy. Cool. Noisy, and she's like an action figure as well, don't need to bring that up. Dolls. We need to think about dolls a lot more, guys. We need to think about guys. And that goes okay options. Does she have any one frame links? Exactly, bro. They should do it, man. Fuck it. I mean, we didn't get, well, mind you, Konami fighting games. Is that a thing? Have Konami done fighting games? Surely they have. I'm going to say we've not had her in Marvel vs. Capcom, but obviously no. For many reasons, she wouldn't be in Marvel vs. Capcom moves. Right, I don't know where I'm going with this. We've already kind of started on this thread. This monster is a doll. The Ayakakashi, which we'll talk about in a minute, scarecrow, bit like a doll. Oi Omoi, it's loads of dolls. We need to think about dolls more. one thing dolls don't have is agency. One thing Hinako, as a young woman in Japan, doesn't have is agency. Fucking, let's go. I see some more monsters, please. Oh, this is way better. Okay, the kashimashi means noisy boy, boy, boy. It's derived from the Japanese proverb, Ona sanin yoreba kashimashi, which means when three women gather, it is noisy. The name implies chaotic, overwhelming noise, which gives thematic clues to the monster's nature. Its description is of a grotesque, almost naked doll woman with unnaturally jolting movements. These aggressive knife-wielding figures are common enemies, embodying the game's theme of distorted beauty and possibly linking the noisy women proverb through their multi-female composition. So are they an amalgam of three women? That's cool. And I'm guessing we get to see their brains for when we dome them. I wonder if we're going to have any guns. Do they have guns in real Japan? I don't. Yes, guns are used in real Japan primarily for hunting, pest control, and sport shooting. All right. I was going to just... Sorry, there's reason enough for them to be there, but I didn't think about that before. It is common for residents in rural areas to own firearms for these purposes, with hunting being a significant activity. The Japanese government permits ownership of rifles, shotguns, and handguns, provided individuals demonstrate a legitimate need, such as hunting, target shooting, or pest control. In rural regions, this often includes protecting farmland from wild boar or other animals that damage crops. The process to obtain a firearm license is stringent, requiring background checks, mental and physical exams, police interviews, and a lengthy waiting period. Do you guys have to do police interviews? Or is it just a background check? Who's holding right now? Oyamoy. Oi is a casual interjection used to get someone's attention. Oi, oi. Similar to hey or oi in English, amoy can either mean heavy, weighty, referring to the monster's physical presence, or the emotional burden it carries, or thought, feeling, emotion, suggesting a connection to strong human emotions. The oyamoy likely suggests that it is heavy with emotion or heavy with thought, carrying a burdensome or oppressive emotional weight, and bears quite the significance to, quite the resemblance to the doll we saw before. And Hinako also has her hair cut short, like every single one of these dolls, and that's probably not a coinkydink. Yeah, quite a young visage. Now, the first non-doll guy we've seen, the Ararabare, giant fleshy mass infused with or covered in red spider lilies. This monstrous appearance combined with their name's meaning of wild or rampage suggests a creature of immense chaotic and destructive force. We've had more monsters than this, bro. I've seen more monsters than that be discussed. Yeah, it's got Silent Hill F has its own version of the insane cancer from Silent Hill 3. Come on, right, we're going to have to do some legwork. It's all right. We'll just identify him. So this is the Ayakashi, right? And she is noisy, yeah. Again, Hinako seen running like fuck from the corruption. It's important, bro. Important. Oh, and we get nice little horror stinger. A jump scare, you could say, of the slit-mouthed woman. This is what I mean, man. Like, why isn't that up on there? It's the slit-mouthed woman, which is a very popular folklore. Okay, the slit-mouthed woman, known in Japanese as Kuchisake Onna, is a prominent figure in Japanese urban legend and folklore. She is depicted as a woman with a disfigured face, her mouth slit from ear to ear, often concealing her appearance with a surgical mask, fan, or scarf. She's not covering her face up, but she is slit from ear to ear, right? According to the legend, this is probably where you go, oh, I've heard this one. She approaches individuals typically asking, am I beautiful? In fact, I think Junji Ito might have covered this. If the person answers yes, she removes her mask to reveal her horrific face and asks again, even if like this? If the answer is still yes, she slashes the victim's mouth open to resemble her own. If the answer is no, she kills the person immediately, often with scissors or a knife. The only way to escape her wrath is to give a non-committal response, such as, you look average, which confuses her and allows the victim to flee. The legend is believed to have originated from a tale of a samurai's wife who was mutilated by her jealous husband after being accused of infidelity. Because what's distinct about this monster's introduction, it's invasive. It's breaking continuity. It's disruptive. It's scary. It's in our face and it's looking right at us, man. Even if for only a second. Like I do shit like that all the time, man. I used to hide like 1 frame, 2 frame little Easter eggs and loads of stuff, man. And I do it, and the stuff that I'd put there would be, you know, I put shit in back in the day, like Rocket Land Will Save You and stuff like that, just for a couple frames, man. Didn't mean fucking anything, just a bit of lofty fucking whatever. So if I'm cutting this trailer, the very subtle thing is probably going to be very significant. And this is in stark contrast to the trailer opening up by saying, yo, bitch, the protagonist of the video game is dead. This is pretty much the inverse of that, right? So, what could it mean? A working hypothesis of mine, Hinako, 15, she's maturing, right? She might be thinking about her appearance. There might have been infidelity in the family. The legend is believed to have originated from a tale of a samurai's wife who was mutilated by her jealous husband after being accused of infidelity, transforming her into a vengeful spirit. Story gained widespread notoriety during the 1970s. Interesting. So a bit of an anachronism here, potentially. Well, it only said it became more prolific. Didn't say it started then. Oh, baby. Right, jackpot. I fucking nailed it, boss. The character continues to symbolize societal anxieties around beauty, femininity, and hidden violence, maintaining a lasting presence in both Japanese and global pop culture.
Rats.
And what is the whole premise, the whole synopsis for the game, the theme of the game is the liminal space between horror and beauty. To what extreme might a repressed, bordering sexual activity young woman in Japan make of all this, man? Because this to me, alongside working out that all of the, or most of the monsters are doll-like in composition, until that point, I was like, okay, I'm pretty sure they're not manifestations. I'm not too sure anymore. I think they well could be her manifestations, and they are taking the form of commonly used folklores, which, like I said before, the Japanese are more connected to compared to us and how we approach folklore. So it would stand to reason that the fears that Hinako had rather than being some abstract amalgam of flesh and repression, her psyche instead assigns avatars and symbols that have already been ordained, so to speak. That would make a lot of sense, right? So I'm kind of changing my mind now. I think the monsters could be your typical Silent Hill 2 manifestations, man. I'm not ready to double down on that though. I don't know why. But this slit mouth woman, the shot of the slit mouth woman is, and by the way, cracking doll-like face as well. And we'll get back to the Hiroshima, Nagasaki stuff in a bit, man. But again, doll-like. And like I said, the biggest thing I can connect to our protagonist with the doll stuff is that dolls lack agency and they are to be propped and positioned however their master chooses. So is this a suggestion that she's going to be manipulated? I'd say yes. We've already got evidence of this, right?
いつまでも一緒にいたい。お友達は永遠じゃないのよ。彼らだっていつか必ずあなたを裏切る。
So, I will suggest that Hanukkah is being or will be manipulated by adults, specifically adults. She might suffer some bullying, or there will be some bullying, I'm sure, at the hands of kids. The kids might be more brutal than the adults in many ways, but it'll be the adults that gaslight and mislead our protagonists and maybe other characters as well. Explicitly adults, and probably a man at the head of it all as well. I expect we'll see a lot of subservient women following this man to serve as examples to and kind of projections of what our protagonist could become. And, you know, might have all the promises of gold, wealth, riches, eternal life. It probably won't be all of that though, right? But what are the sorts of things that you say to try and turn a kid over to the dark side, man? You don't want to go and hang out with your friends. They won't be there forever, man. Trust me. I know you're young, man, but you got time to make more friends if you think about it. Especially if the ritual goes through, man. Like, we'll be alive forever with you, man. We'll be alive forever with you, man. And I'm fucking sound me, mate. I play Street Fighter 2. Just as they say you betrayed them. So whoever's talking now is creating a rift. She's consciously creating a divide. She's gaslighting. She's manipulating, bro. Transition. Right, quite a lot happened there. Tell me if you've heard this one before. Protagonist clutches head, passes out, and wakes up somewhere else. Yeah, Silent Hill 1 did this a lot. Hello? Right. Front row. Doggies are all sat down. They're probably foxes. We'll find out in a sec. All the doggies sat down. All four legs on the ground. The second row are getting a little bit hyphier. They're baring the teeth. And then you could just about see the third layer, and he looks even more ready to fuck. It's like layers, or I don't know. I don't know where I go with that. What are these? Are they like Inari? Are they Inari?
欲しいと思うの
Yeah, they're Inari. They're Inari as hell, Doug. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they're Inari, all right. Oh yeah. Right, so tell us more. Tell us more. Inari Okami, also called O Inari, is the Japanese kami of foxes' fertility, rice, tea, sake, agriculture and industry, and general prosperity and worldly success, and is one of the principal kami in Shinto. The name Inari can be literally translated into rice bearer. In earlier Japan, Inari was also the patron of swordsmiths and merchants, alternatively represented as male and female. Inari is sometimes seen as the collective of 3 or 5 individual kami. What does it represent? What would it mean for an Inari to bare its teeth? More themes of fertility, Doug. Inari foxes are typically depicted as benevolent messengers and protectors, often shown with a calm or serene expression. That's probably the opposite, right? These are definitely, these are Inari. They're distinctly not Kitsune, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, this is the profane being introduced to a spiritual space, to a spiritual Japanese space. This is a shrine, and already things are not as they should be.
でもおかしいと思うの
In the back here, we've got a new cult logo.
Rats.
And as some other people have pointed out, it is 3 circles within. It bears resemblance to 3 circles within a overall circle, right? With these 3 clover leaves. Notably not 4 clover leaves, and we might come back to this shortly. There are 3 clover leaves on this little emblem. Likely the logo, the symbol of the cult-like presence in Silent Hill F. So, what do I mean by 3 circles? Huh? But it's a reach. It's a reach. Again, if we notice something, man, it could have some relevance. So, Take it or leave it for now. I'm not too convinced. Food for thought, right? Oh, right. They did it again. They did it again. They did it again. And now I'm really getting a fucking hard on. You see this shit? I need to know what it is. I need to know what that is. I need to know what this is. If we work out what this is, we work out the plot. I'm fucking certain of it. I'm fucking certain of it. Because it features a woman. Niriana. Fucking great find. Did you know that off top? I want that particular. I know what you mean though. Does this exist? Is this anything? Is this game art or does it exist? Has anybody else picked up on this? Silent Hill F trailer analysis. It does exist. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. I'm looking for like journalism blogs, man. Okay, my guy's done some work. Oh, my guy's done some work. I don't want a dick ride though. I don't want to. What does he say about the slit mouth woman? Nah, not much. Come on, man. Nah, he missed it. He missed it. Make that woman yokai. Face. And she's fighting 3 demons, right? Or something. I don't know. She's fighting them. Good old QB. Oh, nice. Okay. I don't like it. I kind of like it. If any of these journalists have picked up on it, sometimes deep journalistic analysis, my ass, man. Your weak articles, man. Fuck you. This is what we're up against, man. This is what we're up against. I know there's got to be one cunt on the internet that's actually done the homework on this. There's fucking no way. There's absolutely no way that somebody hasn't done this. Is my general thought. I could try doing an image search. Always, Jay. It's always blogs, man. That's where you get the good shit. Man. Just some backwater fucking... random blog, man. I'm so sure I can fucking find something. I'm gonna drop the thread in a minute. Deep journalistic analysis, my ass, man. Oh! Front row, he's talking about the foxes here. The front row are snarling in aggression, whereas the second row all wear a malevolent smile. One interesting detail I noticed that the statues in the second row seem to get more monstrous with each iteration. Yeah. What we were saying. There you go. He thinks it's a Akura Kubi as well, man. So fucking great shout. Depicted as being human women afflicted with a curse or transformation rather than beings of pure spirit. A lot of tales of Akura Kubi involve women who have either committed some sort of crime or sin. Or whose spirits have somehow detached from their bodies. The idea of the Akura Kubi as a suspicious figure who hides their true nature from the world is also common. Okay, and he's just spoiled a little bit of the trailer. It's a trailer, so it doesn't matter. Hold that thought. We've cracked this. I think we pretty much cracked it.
自分で自分がわからない感じ。自分の気持ちが自分で理解できない。私かお前の夢の中ってことはないよな。
ひなこ、もう時間がないのよ。あなたが生かされたということは、ここに至ってもまだ迷いがあるということなのね。
All right, that was big. But I'm actually not going to linger on it. It kind of speaks for itself, right?
あなたがそれに悩める時間もう尽きかけている。
It looks like we've got Ordinary World, Fog World, and Other World as well. I know it gets confusing, but they are separate. they are separate planes of unreality. And it seems like we've got the three layers represented here as well. The idea being that the ordinary world, you can see people, everything's normal, whatever, go to work, go to school, got your friends, got a Greggs, get a pasty, eat a sandwich. Fog world, you cut off at that point, and then it only gets worse from there. We don't know what the trigger is for either yet. Fog world could be as easy as Hinako being dead. That might work. That might work. But I'm not sold on it, man, because there is a little bit of subtlety in these trailers. So why bother with the subtlety if you're going to be verbose with the plot? Is what I'm saying. So I haven't put. Well, no, that's a lie. We have to consider the idea that Hinako's dead, because it's a possibility, right? But with my meta-analysis, I'm just like, well, cliche, right? So what Ryukisho 7 is more likely to do is set up the weird thing early. So if Hinako is dead, it'll probably be established pretty early, is what I'm thinking, which could add a little bit of credence to the idea that she's popped her clogs already, I guess. I don't know. Family pictures, and do you know what the first thing I notice is? That's a long neck.
Rats.
That's a long neck. You good? It's the mother. But how and why? If the Rakukubi was depicted fighting demons, Father's face obscured in this. I think they might all be. We'll go back in a sec. Oh wait. No, I got it wrong. She's captured the fox or the Inari, and she's holding it in place whilst my guy here seals the deal. So if the mother is the Rakukubi, sorry, then who are the demons, of which there are 3? We got demon 1, demon 2, demon 3, and then we've got what looks like an 3, which we've already seen represented in this temple. Now here's a thought. Is this shot in the same temple that we just saw? There's nothing to suggest that it is, other than the order in which the clips were assembled for this trailer. Because what I'm getting at is, if this is some anti-Inari whatever, they probably wouldn't have it in that temple that we just saw, right? This seems to be a little bit profane for a temple that seems to revere the Inari. So from this we could glean that there is an institution around the Inari, and there is an opposition to this cult that is probably related to Hinako's mother. I'm not saying like a counter cult. I don't know. I don't really know what I'm saying. Hinako's mother is absent. It's a game about femininity. We're having constant allusions now to the idea that Hinako's mother has some connection to the Rakukubi man. So what's going on? Fancy says maybe it's like the mother was aware of the abuse and that was her sin. Yeah. Meaning that Hinako could be represented by the Inari in that vignette. Yeah. It's something to do with this mother angle. Has to be. Maternal instincts, general motherhood, role models, lack of agency. It has, like, the mother's at the root of this, man. We work out the mother, we seal the deal, we spoiled the game before it comes out. As he says, especially in a Japanese household where subservience to the matriarch is like a traditional value. Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking about, like the family model and the desirable family model for the Japanese, in Hinako's case, fucking pulverized, like very much on life support in a conformist society, man, where you just expected to get on with it, man. You know what I mean? You just, once you marry, you sort those problems out and you just get on with it, man. For Hinako to be being raised by an abusive single dad is a big choice for a game set in what would otherwise be quite a conventional, traditional Japanese setting, right? That's one of the big delineating starting factors, man. It's just, are they going to do something with it, or is it one of these other threads? Is she abused just for the sake of it, or is there actual narrative reason for it? I guess I imagine there will be, but there's just a lot of threads pointing a lot of other directions. It's like, how much is Hinako going to have to worry about, man? Because it sounds like she's being given an ultimatum to make some sort of ultimate choice. That's not going to be related to the dad, right? It sounds more like she's been tasked with offing her mates. She's been told to kill her mates off in some way. I'll run it back a bit to show you what I mean. Where it kind of sounds like if anybody is being targeted, it's not the dad. It's others. I don't know. It could be all of them, man. I'm going too far astray here, actually. Reel it back in.
Hinako, いつまでここにいる気なの?
自分でもおかしいと思うの。自分で自分がわからない感じ。自分の気持ちが自分で理解できない。
Yeah, so that's the best dialogue so far. It's perfect level of vague for a Silent Hill trailer. It's like, I don't know how I feel, and it makes more sense because it's a fucking teenager, man. Like, I really am all about this young female protagonist angle. Horror and women have a very long history with one another. They're always where one is, the other probably isn't too far in one way, shape, or form. But in the annals of storytelling and stuff, I mean, yeah, we were talking about the final girl. What would you call it? Trope. Particularly in Western horror and stuff like that. But yes, this is very much a J horror. It's made to be more J horror than the other Silent Hills, which were already pretty J horror, man. Like, when we start talking about water and stuff like that, there's a lot of like Shinto and Buddhist elements in Silent Hill 2, which a lot of people don't know about. We'll run another Silent Hill 2 analysis at some point, man. There's always something I learn when I go back through them. But I like this dialogue. It's just like, I don't get it, man. I'm fucking confused. All these adults tell me I'm fucking scared out my tree, man. I just don't know what's going on. Perfect. That's what I want a Silent Hill protagonist to be like. I don't know what's going on. I'm just fucking carrying on. I just carry on going forward.
自分で自分がわからない感じ。自分の気持ちが自分で理解できない。
Yeah, gaslighting. That's what gaslighting does to a bitch. To not fully understand or relate to one's own feelings is the result of toxicity. Cool.
私かお前の夢の中ってことはないよな。
ひなこ、もう時間がないのよ。あなたが生かされたという。
Time is running out could mean a lot of things. Time is running out could mean a lot of things. In a symbolic sense, it could be referring to her prescribed usefulness as a woman, although I'd argue she's got a bit of time left. And they do like to marry them off early in these situations, from what I understand. So it could be like, bitch, you need to get hitched because you're not going to be pretty forever type beat. Could be, I don't know. Might be a bit of a reach. Like I say, she's only 15, but I don't know. I don't know. Or is it, bitch, you better go kill all your friends and your daddy and bring me the head of your snake mother.
ここに至ってもまだ、あなたが生かされたということ。
Nine tails. Nine tails at the back there. This is more literal sense will probably relate to, I think, the ground rules of the spirit world. The more time you spend in there, the more likely you end up staying. Yeah. That's a better guess. Yeah, a literal interpretation is probably way better served at the moment. So, yeah, bang on the money, I'd say, mate. What's going on with my chair? Shapeshifter, nine-tailed fox, shapeshifter, capable of deception, yada, 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 yeah. Fox from heaven, incarnated as a... Fox demon from heaven was incarnated as this woman to bring disaster to the Shang dynasty. Surprisingly short article for the fucking nine-tailed fox, bro. Celestial fox, nine tails, golden color, serves in the palace of the sun and moon as its own talisman in the Jiao ritual. Can transcend yin and yang, can transcend balance. Okay.
ここに至ってもまだ迷いがあるということなのね。あなたがそれに悩める時間はもう尽きかけている。
あなたは誰なの？
Yeah, I'm sat in front of one of these. So Hinako is a sister. Pretty sure this is Hinako though. It's the only picture where the person has the back turned, most notably. Everybody else facing the camera, and they've had their faces obscured. The fact that Hinako is facing away could tell us a few things. It could tell us a few things. Possibly. It's turned her back on her family. Being the simplest one. Right? Or she feels alienated. Like her family's all looking one way, she's looking the other. Right? Now, these could all be Hinako. It could be. It's hard to really make out in some cases. They all seem to have... Well... Most of them have the same... Sorry, I've still got the red splodge in there. Most of them have the same hair, except for, like... Homegirl over here. But we have had allusions to... And even then, that might not be the case. Again, we've got connections to the little doll with the growing hair there, man. I don't know what to take from this.
さっきからなんで何もわからないふりをしているの？私はね、あんたをすぐに殺すこともできたんだよ。全部奪ったな。全部私から奪ったな。
Okay.
全部奪ったな。
Trying to make out the form of that thing in the top left. Because she's out here saying that you took everything from me, man. If it was a mother with a really long neck, but I don't think I can make that leap, and that would have been shit as well, man. That would have been shit. Grayson, what's up, bro? Audio cooked? What, mine?
全部奪ったな全部私から奪ったな
Well, it could just be Silent Hill 3 type beat. It might not be that this thing has that much significance. It could have just killed all her mates. Like, you know how Harry Mason gets off in Silent Hill 3 and Heather goes full Rambo. It could be that sort of thing. Like, it's not necessarily that whatever she's about to attack and blame for everything is really to blame for everything so much as it is the thing that cut little buddies' heads off. Former Vice President Dick Cheney, true. That's what all of this could just be. I mean, he was president in 1960, bro. Because funnily enough, Grayson, you fucking about, but I'll make it work.
それではお別れを。あなたが幸せをつかんでくれることを願っています。
For it to take place, Cusco. 1960s. Right, I'm just thinking about this final shot. Damn, man. Get stumped. Not fully stumped. Symbolism I can do. Symbolism I can do. Oh, the release, the 25th of... Yes, 17 days. 17 days, boy. We're gonna be ready. Oh, we're gonna be ready. I don't know enough about Japanese rituals to know what's going on here. But it looks like she's about to get her face cut off. Which again could be atomic bomb related as well. The second time we've seen her face peel off, the first time being the very first teaser trailer when she was completely consumed by the flowers. I thought these are Kitsune. It's either Kitsunes or Inari, right? There is one guy in the next trailer who is definitely Kitsune. These might be Inari. These might be. I've argued that they're Inari so far. Last shot isn't even related to face, just does that. Yeah, true. Just have it. You need to put something, a big health problem in Japan, man. It's easy to lose your own face. So she seems, you know, she's not bound. She looks free to leave. I'm sure there might be some resistance, but there's nothing to suggest that really. She's down with this, man. Has she been manipulated? Are these guys sound as fuck? I doubt it. Probably not. I love the way her little hair pops out. Right, fuck it. We're on a hot one. We've got one more to go, man. I didn't anticipate doing 2 hours of trailer analysis, man, but hey, We need to be ready, boys. We need to be ready, boys. Kitsune's are the divine messages, and Inari is the god. Got you. Yeah, fuck, I'm surprised I didn't catch that when I got the wiki up. What did that fella describe him as? He just says foxes. That's a cop-out. Cop-out. You call those foxes, but you identify this as a Rakura Kubi, man. A lot of tales of Rakura Kubi women involve women who have either committed some sort of sin, hide their true nature. All right, just before we move on, the Rakura Kubi in this painting is helping three Oni kill a monstrous-looking fox. That would seem to cast her in a heroic light, except that the religious order of the Dark Shrine apparently worships monstrous foxes. Or do they? Yeah, but as I said, there's nothing to really suggest that the painting is in the shrine. Could well be, but you're gonna have to zoom out for me, man. Oh, this guy's made the same suggestion, man. If Hinako's mother is the Rakura Kubi, what does this mean as far as the cult's view of Hinako? I like it. He's not as good as us, but he's all right. Grayson says, another note is the possible link to traditional Japanese no theatre. I've got some stuff on this, but they're fucking well in. Let's see if I can pull it up, actually. So I got to know it, but you absolutely bang on the fucking money. Especially when we're talking about not showing your true self and stuff like that. Gaslighting and all the rest of it. Yeah. Like masks and identity seem to be, and we're going to see more evidence of this in the next trailer as well. Masks and identity seem to be another big motif. Thank you for mentioning it. Like during one of those scenes, we see those women in traditional no theatre masks performing some sort of ceremony, followed by Hinako's face peeling off like a discarded mask, right? Fucking great shout. In no theatre, like masks are used to indicate that the actor is adopting a role. They represent different personas. Like an old woman would wear the ornament mask. There's like the old man, demon Tengu, etc. You know, and the idea would be it would allow the wearer to transcend their own identity through performance. So the fact that Hinako's face comes off at the same moment implies that. Well, it has us ask what role is Hinako playing, and is her current identity false? All of this imagery tries to suggest that Hinako might not be who she thinks she is, or who she's told us that she is. Maybe perhaps she's been wearing a mask throughout her life, which would play into the themes of women being repressed. You know, I mean, Japan is still pretty patriarchically dominated, but even more so in the past, you know. It could be pretending, like she's pretending to be like a dutiful daughter and friend whilst hiding some sort of pain. We hinted at possible pregnancy threads, maybe, or perhaps her sense of self is an illusion created by someone or something else. Should play into the lack of agency and the gaslighting, which has been established, I would say. Maybe not proven, but established. Yeah, it's a great shout, man. It's exploring the ideas that it's Silent Hill F. All right, the F could stand for forte. Just walk with me a minute. Forte is the musical notation for like loud and strong, and it ties into this idea, these themes of performance. If Silent Hill F is about performance, about pretending, about keeping up appearances until the truth fucking literally rips through your skin, then the game is going to be exploring the facades people maintain and the cost of living a lie. I think that might be the easiest prediction to make just because of how vague it is. I'm certain on that one. I'm super certain on that one. The cost of living a lie. That's also Silent Hill 2 is kind of the same thing. So it's not so much a prediction as it is an arena that we can kind of work in, man. But we'll entertain all options. So the moment that her face fucking falls off could symbolize the collapse of that false identity, like exposing the raw truth beneath. And this all aligns with the notion of killing her old self, which was mentioned in a voiceover, right? To survive, Hinako might need to shed the mask of who she was told to be, even if it's as agonizing as peeling off her own face. It's what's all right. Final tangent. I'll catch up. Identity erasure and replacement. Hinako's saying she doesn't know how to think. She doesn't know how to feel. She doesn't know what she's doing, right? Could be a very, there's loads of threads that tie into. All the threads tie back into Hinako being a small, dumb child, as all small, dumb children are, only with the added trauma of whatever else is going on. Doesn't matter. It's a Silent Hill protagonist. They need to come into this with trauma. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. Because
Peggy
before I go
18.
それに悩める時間
there is a shot of something or somebody transforming.
さっきからなんで
And because of the way the camera's behaving, it's to obscure any possibly. It's so they don't have to do any costly animation of what could possibly be a human turning into something grotesque. You do that shit in Shadow, then you just swap the models out and play with the shadows, right? So is this somebody turning into a monster? Hi. Because this seems to be the shadow of a person turning into a pointy thing. Wouldn't it be crazy if this was Hinako? Could Hinako herself risk becoming one of the monsters if she succumbs to the quote unquote beauty, i.e. she lets the infection consume her or accepts the cult's twisted offer? Multiple endings, probably. So we'll find out in all events. If they handle endings the same way as we have done in the past with the only Silent Hills we need to care about, there will be no canonical ending, and that's great. That's perfect. But the monsters could be former humans that Hinako knew. It does seem to be like it's concentrating on a transformation, so we have to deem it significant in some way. It could be physical manifestations of how she perceives them post-betrayal, because there's talks of a betrayal in the friend group. Okay? And there are some monsters that wear school uniforms as well, bro. Let's not forget. So this would add further credence to the idea that they are manifestations born from Hinako's psyche. Because by all accounts, it sounds like she is or has been bullied. In any case, there's 100 ways I could argue it. I'm leaning more towards them being connected to Hinako rather than just whatever. I don't think they're random creatures. They seem to be connected to her past and her identity very directly. Silent Hill monsters traditionally represent like a protagonist's fears or guilt. And in this case, it seems like it might be people Hinako once knew kind of transformed by her psyche or this corruption. If her friends betrayed her, for example, she might see them as these fucking, I don't know, monstrous dolls or mannequins, like fake humans, fakers, man. One could, one could imagine. There's one of the friends is called Rinko, who we'll hear more from in a minute. And at the moment, we understand her to be obsessed with gossip and appearances. What if she became the Oamoi, a multi-faced mannequin creature, showing many different faces, or a puppet monster symbolizing somebody who was just like a tool of the cult? The scarecrow in a school uniform could signify like a lost friend, an empty shell of who they were. It all plays into the doll thematics, right? But it's all used to reinforce the psychological horror. Anyway, this is if the psychological horror series, right? Or at least it was. Well, at least it was, and I hope it will be again. If it comes out and it's shit, well, fuck it. Well. But I've got some faith that it'll be okay, because Ryukishi's attached, and to be honest, the stuff that we've been able to do so far, even if most of it, well, all of it's speculation, there's some interesting stuff going on here, man. We like our deeply troubled characters, man. Yeah, man. It's again with the shrine. Shit, this might just turn into a Silent Hill F stream, man. Again with the shrine business. On the matter of gaslighting, like the shrine and the folklore references suggest a bit of a backstory of ancient curses or rituals that kind of exploit these human weaknesses, man. Like we were talking about the Rakurakubi, the long-necked woman aiding the three Oni in killing a fox, right? So just go over this one last time, man, unless we get another inference to the mother. Rakurakubi are like women that are cursed, often for some sin, whose necks stretch at night. They conceal their true nature by day, I think. And this image within the context of all that we've kind of gleaned already, where is it, cunt? It's back a bit, innit? Yeah, it's here. All right. A cursed woman helping demons kill a fox. Normally, we might see the fox as evil and the exorcist as good, but here, if the cult worships the fox, then the Rakurakubi could represent a rival faction, as I suggested before. We've good reason to believe that the Rakurakubi is a representation or symbolizes Hinako's mother. And there are implications that I don't hope are correct, because it's cheesy. There's implications that Hinako's mother could secretly be fighting against the Fox cult, which would mean that the cult views Hinako, the daughter, as tied to that conflict. In the family photos, Hinako's mother has an oddly long neck, which adds further credibility to this, man. So if true, it's pretty dramatic, man. It's not the route I really care about. I don't care about institutional fucking espionage, man. I don't care. I don't care about that. I just want a good horror story about a very traumatized child. That would do me. but it's possible that Hinako could be caught between her mother's efforts to protect her or to contain an evil, and the cult's desire to use her for a ritual. The fox deity that the cult venerates could be the source of the flowering curse, perhaps like a local spirit that demands a sacrifice or a bride, which would play back into the circle back to the arranged marriage or offering, right? So the way this kind of analysis works is if you keep on coming up to the same vein, man, it's probably going to be relevant. We keep on coming back to themes of agency in regards to Japanese women and their lack of it, particularly in the 1960s. Arranged marriages have already been established as something that has colored the backstory, what with Hinako's older sister having already been married off, and it's understood that Hinako is kind of living in her shadow. So Hinako might have been chosen to marry the spirit or a cult leader possessed by it, which would be a role she flees or regrets, enraging the fox spirit and causing it to consume the town in wrath. The Death Lilies. This is fucking deep speculation, but this would all neatly kind of combine the societal theme of forced expectations like marriage and the folklore horror of a demonic curse. Given that this is going to be far more J-horror leaning, that's pretty much a fucking given. In any case, the presence of the Inari, the Kitsune, the Rokurokubi, the Null Masks, the shrines, the concept of an other world called the Dark Shrine, it all indicates that we're going to be drawing heavy from Shinto and Japanese occult elements, man. When we were doing the Silent Hill 2 analysis, we already found a way to talk about a lot of this stuff, man, but it's going to be that much more prominent, especially because by all accounts, this is a waterside village. Couldn't be more relevant for the story that's kind of being established. We'll have a proper water rant at some point, but we'll keep it moving for now. Yeah, right. These are the themes. These are the themes. Deception via masks and trickery, gaslighting, betrayal, friends or family not as they seem, identity crisis, performative roles versus true self, beauty versus horror, like flowers and elegance turned deadly, and the psychological toll of trauma, like manifested through monsters, madness, all that good shit, man. And all of it is kind of underpinned by the cultural context of ritual and folklore, giving it all a very Japanese flavor, and also giving us a lot of leads in terms of where we can go to possibly garner more information and all this stuff, man. We're doing a pretty fucking good job, though, I would say. So I'll catch up on them chats now, man. Making a call out right now. Says Clancy, the fact that it displays a table of food after you're running out of time to choose, there's going to be a scene where the food looks good. I think there's a folklore thing where if you eat food from the spirit world, you'll be trapped there forever. Or some scene where she's offered them partakes, maybe or not. Yeah, off there accepting. Yeah, it's symbolic in any case, but I might agree with you. The way it's shown. Bless you, Cusco. I'm glad. It's always hard to tell which way these streams will go, man. I didn't anticipate doing 3 to 4 hours of Silent Hill F analysis. We were just going to warm up with this, but we still got one more trailer, cunt. So.
夢の中ってことはないよな。
ひなこ、もう時間がないのよ。あなたが生かされたということは、ここに至ってもまだ迷いがあるということなのね。あなたがそれに悩める時間はもう尽きかけている。
An eyeball promptly featured, which I had noticed before. Do we bother? Do we bother? Oh, there's an eyeball in the flesh moose. Well, it could suggest that it's in some way human. That's a human eyeball, all right. She have to devour her friends in some symbolic fashion. I don't know, but I like the. It's a little bit Alice in Wonderland, right? I'm getting very slight Alice in Wonderland vibes with this character kind of being whipped around, like, oh my goodness, I don't know what to think anymore. It's a reference to Resident Evil and how that's a weak point. True, yeah, true. There's going to be a mini game where you have to jab at it with a fork whilst it retracts and pops back up.
あなたは誰なの？さっきからなんで何もわからないふりをしているの？
These rooms, what's in? Hold on, because I didn't fucking look at any of these. What's going on here? How does a room get like this? What is that? What is this? Is it a gamer mouse? Is it a Logitech mouse? There's only one chair. And he left in a hurry. Not too dissimilar from the discarded sandals we saw at the very start of the trailer an hour ago. Somebody's got a crush. Somebody's got a crush. Kids, man. Of course one of them does.
私はね、あんたをすぐに殺すこともできたんだよ。
Who's talking right now?
もできたんだよ。
I don't think it's Hinako.
殺すこともできたんだよ。
She's gonna speak in a minute.
全部奪ったな。全部私から奪ったな。奪ったな。あんたをすぐに殺すこともできたんだよ。
Sister, yeah. Possibly so. Wonder if the sister. My thoughts on the sister is we probably won't see her. She probably won't be in it, but she'll just be casting a shadow, so to speak. But she could well be. Because what's lacking from all of this is like the Hinako be desperate for a female role model, and we haven't seen one yet. What we'll see in the next trailer is the who we believe to be the head of the cult, the Fox cult, and it's a geezer. Silent Hill.
それではお別れを。
I can't be bothered right now because I've syntax would send me on a goose chase, but I'd like to know what's going on here. Family, yeah. Fucking, but yeah. Yeah, that works. That works, Clancy. Clancy just said family, and it's like, yeah. Yeah, belonging. She hasn't got an identity, right? Either because she's a teenager and she's kind of learning who she is, or because she's been pulled and pushed in that many directions that she's just that fucking damaged. Yeah, Hinako isn't very expressive. A Silent Hill protagonist shouldn't be, really. Well, actually, no, fucking say that. We've never had a Silent Hill protagonist scream like that. Never. So I take that back, man. Heather might have kicked off, but I don't think she fucking screamed like that. Heather was making fucking quips by the end of the game. She was by the end of the game, she was like, yeah, fuck your shit, suck my pussy, loser. Like that's a line from the game, man. It's like, what? It's like, yeah, I'm chill now, by the way. I'm chill. Hold on a minute. Does Heather does Heather keep the name Heather, or does she canonically switch to Alessa? Sorry, this isn't related to F. Oh, she goes by Cheryl. Right, okay, so she does a double fuck you to Alessa. Oh, gutted, man. I can't. I'd explain this. I can't be asked, man. It's not connected to our discussion today. But Heather really fucking shoved it in Alessa's face. Let's just say.
あなたが幸せをつかんでくれ
Poor Alessa, man. Fucking didn't deserve it. She didn't deserve any of this shit, man. But she shouldn't have been picking on people like that. That's mean.
ることを願っています
A lot of similarities between Alessa and Hinako, actually. Both have got cults fawning over him, man. All right. We're on to the final trailer. The final trailer. I think it's the longest one. No, actually, I think it's about as long. Yeah, it's about as long. 2 weeks ago. Wait a minute. No, I'll do the 3 months first.
Sakuko,
どこ行くのこっち通るの珍しいね
Okay. Now things are getting very interesting. Because we've not seen the ordinary world yet. And I love this shot, by the way. It reminds me of a shot from the musical Rent, which uses a balcony to, well, my cursed interpretation of most musicals is they're all about heaven and hell. But Rent, especially so, I can make this case, man. Rent's all about like AIDS. It's a you know, is it Team America? Everyone has AIDS. AIDS. That was inspired by Rent. So yeah, the balcony in Rent is used to kind of depict heaven, or the angelic, and it's normally bathed in light as well. This isn't she's not necessarily bathed in light, but Hinako is definitely cast in shadow, right?
今は誰かと喋りたくて。Sakuko,
どこ行くのこっち通るの珍しいね
今は誰かと喋りたくて。
She said imawa, which means I want to talk to somebody now. Ima means now. Girl needs to talk to somebody. It sounds like.
私も後から行くね
じゃあね。
Jane means see you later.
裏切り者
You can also say ja if it's casual. You can also say bomberclad, rasclad, nah, wagwan, my man. Oh, she was laughing. Or was she?
じゃあね。
裏切り者
じゃあね。
裏切
I can't read any of that. Can't read any of that. My best guess would be names. Me thinking me we're going. Come down here, pussy old bubba-clad. Hinako slaps the shit out of her rural village one by one. Paranoia. I don't think this happened. I don't think she actually laughed. And in fact, if you look at her mouth, maybe. That looks like a smile, but she could still be smiling from talking to a friend. I'm not convinced. Why you call me all the time? Hinako. Almost doesn't look like the same girl. The one up top.
喋りたくて。
私も後から行くね。
This one, Sadako. What's her name? Let's get some names. Let's get some names going. Come on. Otherwise, I'll just be saying that girl. Sakuko.
どこ行くの？こっち通るの珍しいね。
今は誰かと喋りたくて。
今は。
後から行くね。
じゃあね。
裏切り者。
Looking for the hair. That's pretty creepy on its own, to be fair. Yeah, deliberately vague, man. I think we're supposed to interpret that as being vague. I think there's a good chance Hinako is just being. She's just pranging out. Pigtails, yeah, that's my identifier in the end. But it's worth checking because I'm pretty sure there's a Hinako doppelganger in this, man. Speaking patois. Everyone's gone, even my grandmother, and she can barely walk. Because they've not gone, you've gone somewhere.
こんなの絶対に変。誰もいないし。
River with a bridge that has been warped. Symbolism. That is symbolism. From all the gates, all the Torii gates that we've been shown, a bridge is a liminal space, right? It's between here and there. So what happens when that process gets fucked up? Right, what's with the monsters everywhere? And we very clearly see Hinako with two buddies bearing witness to monsters. Right, so this kind of opens a can of worms. James talking to Laura. Don't worry, Laura. Everything gonna be alright. Do you smoke? I'm 8 years old. Do it. That's not what I asked, man. Right, can of worms. Because we saw it. We all saw it. They all pointed and said, "Oh my God, it's a monster. That shouldn't be here." Fuck it. We'll see what happens for now. No, it doesn't open a can of worms. It's just something we've not. It's just a thread we've not pulled at, to be honest. Yes, it only really opens up a can of worms because we haven't considered the mechanics of the fog world, another world. But we did say that we're not considering the old rules. There are similarities, though. The layers seem to be similar. Ordinary world, fog world, other world, all seem to be represented so far. Can't identify the triggers. At the moment, there's always generally something that will trigger a shift. Most easy to fucking point out in Silent Hill 1, where it was Alessa's game, so to speak, and Harry Mason was dealing with Alessa's manifestations of her own blah 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 blah. So if this is to be similar to Silent Hill in that regard, then the cult are kind of responsible for it in some way. But I don't think this could be the case, because now I'm making the argument that the monsters are manifestations of or from Hinako, man. Like when we started this, I would have said no, they were a bit too general. They could be anybody's anybody in Japan. It could be there who's 15 and has grown up with this kind of folklore. They could attribute certain fears to these folkloric creatures, right? But even though Silent Hill F is taken from those folklore stories and creature designs and stuff like that, they've been altered. Some of them are dolls and mannequins and scarecrows when they weren't ordinarily in the folklore, right? All of that to me indicates that the monsters we've seen it's her fault, man. I like to think you're still reviewing this age for 1.5 hours. We're just gonna ride it out at this point, I think, man. I know I said we're gonna do Resident Evil 4 today, but I didn't realize we had 9 minutes of trailers I wanted to watch for 4 hours. Cusco says this might be baby question. No, don't worry, man. It gets confusing, man. What is it supposed to represent in this series? Does it differ per game? It's like hell or some internal mental torment or something. So for it's basically it's a degree of separation between literal reality and this other plane. It's just like another layer, kind of, which accounts for like the geometry in many ways. But I think, to be honest, the Silent Hill movie, the first one, if you've seen that, it kind of does a good job of, even though it's a shit ending. So at the end of the Silent Hill movie, they go back home, but they're still in the fog world, and the idea is they fucking kicked it. They kicked it back there at some point, man. Oh, that's not necessarily how, I don't know. The idea with James is that he either sorts this shit out or he's not leaving. For James in Silent Hill 2, it was you either come to terms with the fact that you bodied your wife or you kill yourself. Those are the only two options, and that's why there's no canonical ending. The canonical ideas behind Silent Hill 2 is that he shows up no matter how you finish the game. James always starts up with Mary in the back of the car. And then, yeah, I guess it's kind of vague, allegorical past a certain point. Silent Hill 1, Harry Mason, it's a little bit different because it's all the lessers bullshit. It's a little bit different. Harry Mason shows up in the lessers throwing fucking dogs and bugs and all sorts because that's what she's afraid of or she likes. I think she likes butterflies. She's got a room full of them anyway. But you do fight a big moth boss at one point, so I can't remember how that's fucking supposed to work. But yeah, generally it's some allegorical projection, some internal reckoning state where it's like going hollow, I guess, in Dark Souls, where it's just you and your trauma, so to speak. And what I mean by allegorical is after a certain point, it is what it is. Especially because they've handled the fog world in so many different ways, but the fog world typically just represents the idea of you're not in Kansas anymore. Silent Hill would typically attract people that had deep emotional turmoil, and then for some reason it was built on ancient burial ground, blah blah blah. It's the land's fault, and it does weird video game shit. It's all a bit wish-wash past a certain point. So don't worry about too much about the mechanics, even in the older ones. But just recognize that when there's heavy fog, they're not in Kansas anymore. And the other world is a further perversion of the fog world. And I can't remember exactly what the triggers are for that either. Could be fucking completely different in this. I think the fact that I can't remember the triggers means it doesn't matter too much. That could just be me copying out though. Silent Hill AK Newcastle, Neocastle. Oh my god. That's the Akayashi, right? Where three women gather, it is noisy. So the Ayakayashi is the amalgam of, supposedly the amalgam of three female forms. Similarly to the split legs, or the split heads. What are they called? The leggies. The leggies. The leggies. I can't remember what they're called now. I'm fucking slacking. This is why we're doing this now, so I'm not fucking... Watch my Silent Hill 2 stuff, man. I'll blow your mind. It has been confirmed that Silent Hill F is going to be more action-oriented than in the past. Don't care. I would have said go the other way, given that this is physically the weakest protagonist we've ever had, and arguably the biggest arsenal of weapons. At least she gets blades and stuff, man. You're hitting people with planks of wood for half of Silent Hill 2. The Ara Abare. That's this big guy here. Oh. I should mention one thing Ryukishi 07 featured heavily in Umineko. I understand Higurashi is very similar in this regard. Time loops. Time loops. Now am I saying Ryukishi might be doing another time loop horror story? I hope not. But fuck it, man. Nobody knows who he is anyway in the West. Anyway, fuck it. I'm one of 10 people in the UK that even know this cunt. So just fucking whatever. If you're gonna do a time loop story, it's in safe hands with Ryukishi anyway, man. He really went all out with that shit, man. Umineko, without spoiling it too much for anybody that might have equal levels of autism and spare time as I do, it's all predicated on one event that is kind of approached again in different ways to try and prove and disprove certain things, and it's all very interesting.
Hinako, どこにいるの?
Yeah, because she's being whipped around, man. This weird little glitchy effect that we saw in the last trailer. And here we've got a very... The trailer's trying to tell us that if Hinako dies, it's not the end. And I like death loops, by the way. I'd rather a death loop than a time loop, and they are different. And they are different.
Hinako, どこにいるの?
Yeah, that old chestnut. High-pitched noise, head pains, collapse to the ground, wake up somewhere else. They love that trick in Silent Hill 1. I don't care. Do it if you want. If you want to conveniently move your character from somewhere to somewhere else, pro tip, just have them fucking black out, cunt. You can do anything with them. And I mean anything. They're your characters, man. You can stuff as much shit up their asshole as you want, and it'll just keep on going. If you want it to, man. If you want it to. That's the power of stories.
何でも持ってる。そんなあんたがいなくなってくれるんだからせいせいする。Hinakoはいい。
Here's a cool association. High school kids, posers, scarecrows. Is the poser archetype a thing in Japanese school? Yeah, I know it. I know how clicky Japanese schools are fucking brutal, bro. Talk about tribalism here. Christ.
いいよね。何でも持ってる。
because all of these scarecrows are wearing the school uniform. And I don't think we've had a close shot of it yet, but the school emblem on the uniform, if I remember correctly, it shows a clover leaf, one of 4 leaves detached from the rest of the pack. Hopefully we'll get a shot of it here. I can't remember where I saw that. But remember, we saw some clovers elsewhere. There were 3 clover leaves in the cult symbol. Now, if the school emblem is a 4-leaf clover, but one of the clover leaves has been removed, what does it mean?
そんなあんたがいなくなってくれるんだからせいせいする。
It would do me some good to finally be rid of the burden that is you. I don't know if I should take this literally or if this is just some sort of I'd be better off. Everybody would think I'd be better off dead sort of pattern. Listen, man, I started getting depressed when I was a teenager, bro. I'm still depressed these days, man. I don't think as much mad shit, but back in the day, bro.
一人は嫌だよ。
I don't want to be alone by myself. I love that. Shit. That's my favorite line. And it actually echoes some Patrice O'Neill relationship philosophy. Oh, please tell me I can find the clip. I'm trying to think of what I can, because the thing is, it's on Opie and Anthony, man, and I just want to find the clip, you know what I mean? So I'm just scanning my brain to think if I can actually get it. Patrice O'Neill, the late great Patrice O'Neill says, men don't want to be alone. They just want to be by themselves.
It's hard to be honest, man. Honesty is not the greatest thing to be.
And this all ties back into Santa Left. Like, he's talking about honesty in a game that's all about deception and gaslighting, man. So this is all part of the analysis.
It's just no one wants to hear, yeah. Especially your woman.
By the way, I don't know if anybody's hasn't been around when I've been talking up Patrice O'Neill, but this guy is my #1 comedian, man. All time. He's more of a philosopher at this point, but I fucking love this guy, man.
You know, she don't want to hear that.
Fucking what a hero. You're not allowed to agree with any of that if you're in a relationship, by the way.
一人は嫌だよ。寂しいよ。
I don't think she took her shoes off, so it's no wonder she's getting battered. Where are your school shoes at, man?
ずっと一緒だよって約束したよね。暗いのは嫌。
What's the significance of this shot? Guess we'll have to wait and see.
一人ぼっちは嫌。
Okay. So the transforming theory. What was that? That was missing? Cusco says, you know, the action might not be bad if the character is really ineffectual. Yeah, true. Maybe we'll watch a little bit because we're running out of trailer here. I don't plan on doing anything else this stream. There's no point putting fucking Resident Evil on now. we'll have a look. I've been mostly avoiding it because it's like I'm already gonna fucking buy it. Said I'd avoid these trailers as well, but I'm pretty sure we've watched them about as hard as you can watch them. So what's missing here? There's like a little knot. Oh God, man, my head's starting to turn over as well. There's a lot going on in these trailers, man. So I'm more optimistic than I am pessimistic, despite the call to move towards more action. I'd take a Silent Hill game with no combat, man. But I'm fucking old, mate. I'm old. I'm getting older. I'm getting older in 2 weeks. Right, she's got a big mouth. She's got a big mouth. Could it be that Sadako has a big mouth? Traitor, betrayal. I love the key art as well. Stunning. I'm glad they kept it quite sketchy. It's like when you go on the page for Guilty Gear on Steam, right? Let me pull it up. The art that you get. Sorry, Resident Evil. I don't think so, man. It's always just Daisuke's fucking loose sketches, man. Just like not rendered sketches. And I appreciate that shit, man. I respect it, because there's nothing cooler than a fucking artist that releases half done shit and it's just like it's done. That's fantastic, but that's what every artist aspires to be. What a guy. Right, okay. That trailer, not as good as the other ones, man. Have we got any more? There was one that said like 3 weeks ago, right? 2 weeks ago. All right. Okay. Two things already. Number one, pipe. Who have we seen holding a pipe, swinging it all around? Hinako. This is Hinako's. So what's going on here? Second thing, radio. It sounds like the radio is going to be returning to Silent Hill. The radio is also serving a little bit of a job here to set up the idea that here and there are indeed different places. Like there's a bit of disturbance, bit of static. There's a transition going on, some tuning, perhaps. Could be nothing. Okay. You know what this is setting up? I think this might be setting up the idea that Hinako bodied her friend / her friends. Suspect, singular, non-plural. So it's not the group of kids, and the way that Hinako has been presented to us so far is that she is a bit of a black sheep, or she's in the process of being ostracized for some kind of betrayal or perceived slight, the details of which we do not know just yet. What I think the beginning of this trailer seems to indicate is that in the ordinary world, whatever the fuck happens, and no matter how literal it is in its own context, regardless of whether the things quote unquote do like actually happen to Hinako, in the ordinary world, it's gonna look like she's fucking bodied. Well, there's a lot of blood in here, man. At a shrine as well, actually. Let's think about this. It wouldn't it wouldn't necessarily have to be her mates. It could be the shrine maidens. It could be the daddy cult guy. I don't really know. Hinako's been she's the feds are after her because she's done as far as they're concerned. Right, okay. Regardless of anything else, as far as the police are concerned, Hinako's been knocking cunts out. It might be a bit of a leap to assume they're talking about Hinako. I'll take my chances. 2. Oh, we got some other items on the floor. 2 appears to be a little bit of tasty pink fleshy matter. We've seen up here. Not quite a brain. It looks too smooth. Just miscellaneous bit of pink chunk. We've all got him. And 3 might have been the radio. Yeah, I think 3 is like a walkie-talkie, bro. I think whatever this is and whatever's happened, it's after the main events of the game. Given that she's fucked off without the radio. Maybe she sorted the curse out and then realized, oh fuck, I've sorted the curse out, but if I tell anybody that I bodied my fucking mates and that to stop the curse, I'm fucked no matter what. So maybe I've just got to go on the lam. Could be. Remember the line from Silent Hill 3, which everybody never stops talking about, man? Where fucking, what's his name? Can't remember his name, but he goes, "They look like monsters to you?" And from that, people are like, oh my God, Heather's been fucking killing people in the street, in the subway. Oh my God. I know, she'd be locked up, you fucking idiot. He's 16-year-old just go on a fucking killing spree one day with a fucking submachine gun that she found in the subway. He was taking the piss. Come on, man. See, some people would have done extensive analysis to try and prove that, man. And just a little bit of common sense. That's why we're ahead of the game, man. We know she would have been shot way before she got to Silent Hill, man. She would have been like, she doesn't start in Silent Hill. She just started shooting people in the street. You think she's really going to make it all the way at fucking Silent Hill? That could be in a different state. We have no idea. They were monsters, bro. So Les's influence, cunt, but she was preggers. Preggers with who? Herself. Okay. That's big. This is shaping up to be the biggest one yet. The biggest trailer of the summer. How old we thinking? For my guy. You saved my life. How old is this cunt? Is he a kid? Or is he an adult? Because I've been thinking he's an adult.
今度は私が君の魂を救い
Right, that was a lot. Silent Hill and a pregnant female character battle against Forbidden Siren. Fuck yes, man. That's what we need to do. Silent Hill X Siren Hill.
魂を奪われた私だ
And it's a fighting game. Why haven't we had a Dojin fighter, even just a Dojin fighter for fucking Silent Hill, man? Come on. There's a look at this. Right, it's mad that I get to talk about Umineko every stream now. That's mad that. I think I manifested this game, guys. Guys, I think I manifested this game. What I was about to do? Oh yeah, I remember. Patrice O'Neill, Umineko, man. I was ready for this. Umineko has a good soundtrack, by the way. Come on, man, give me a high def trailer. We have to do this properly. I don't own this because there'll be literally nobody playing it. But it looks all right, man. All my favorite characters. All my favorite characters are there. Yeah? Bro, what?
幸せになることをどうか恐れないで。幸せになる
That's Maria.
今の不幸を受け入れ
Right, okay, check out these bars. Check out these Ryokushi bars, man. I'll move out the way. Check out these bars. The character that is saying these bars is 8 years old. But this, we'll give you some, because what time are we on? Yeah, man, we can divulge, we can look into some Ryokushi stuff, man.
幸せになることをどうか恐れないで。幸せになるというのは今の不幸を受け入れるという意味じゃないの。それが原初の魔法。
She's the Witch of Origins. Let's go, Community Edition. Maybe there are people playing it, man. Maybe we need to run a tournament. And is that the genre term for it? Dojin? Dojin fighter? Basically just a piece of shit fighter nobody plays? Look how lit this game looks. Look, man, you can loop forever. Nobody can tell you to do anything. Do a 40-minute combo, man. Let's go. Let's see some finalists go at it, man. This is all part of the analysis. Poverty fighters, that's it, yeah. That's it, man. So I just kind of marvel at this. Why is everything in 720 and no further, man? Am I going mad?
That's the nicest spam bot I've ever had.
I want to see the condition of the guys that are playing this game, man. And I do mean guys. 720 again. 10 months ago. What 10 months ago was that, man? It wasn't my 10 months ago, was it? Bastards.
Who chose this character?
Look at this roster. Everybody's arrived, man. There's some characters I don't know here. That's a spoiler. What? Fuck it.
The song's really cool, but it's not a character select.
Yo, Rosa? Alright.
Okay, we
Oh, this is gonna be peak. I forgot about commentary. So let's think about the kind of people that would play a fighter like this, and also the kind of people that know enough to be able to talk about it. Already, by the way, see, because I played him in Echo, shit won't get past me as easily as you lot. My guy's already been singing a song. The theme of Maria is the song that he was singing, and it's a song that's really good because it's not in Japanese, it's in really bad English.
The song's really cool, but it's not a character selection.
Yo, Rosa? Alright.
We got Angie and Ava Beatrice. Okay, that's a cool. These are both cool teams.
Yeah. I'd want to play Rosa, but apparently she's like really.
Person on Wake Up is that's an album title.
Well, Willard's not high execution. He just has a really long combo.
What the fuck does Anga do? I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Angie. So Angie, I think, is she
Anga. Angie, man. Angela. Anga. Put me up, coach. He don't know what he's talking about.
She can summon Sakutaro, who's like a puppet. So he'll walk around, and you can activate him at any time, and he'll do those slashes. Yeah.
So he's like a puppet character.
Yeah, kind of semi-puppet.
Also, Angie's a really good character.
Yeah, she's pretty good. She has a guaranteed stun combo.
Oh. Yeah, I guess she is.
That event is popping off, bro.
Oh yeah, just didn't do me that good. She's my second favorite.
I love Angela.
Yeah, she's great.
This is all part of the analysis.
Yo, how was my? Did I pick a good team? Jessica Beatrice?
Pretty good team. Yeah.
Novel.
You see, this is why I never get too sad about the state of affairs on this stream, man. If it's especially quiet, because we're fucking holding it down, brother. Put me in front of any fucking poverty fighter, man. I'll do a better job than those lot, man. Do a better job than those lot, man. I get the crowd going, man.
That's the nicest spam pot.
Yeah. No, I'm okay.
Weirdly mean-spirited.
Yeah, it does. There's a couple nights that feel really, really hard to read.
Where's the Riz? I don't know why I was expecting. Well, I wasn't really. Probably the last place to look for Riz in your. Well, like remember Yipes? For God's sake.
Brandon versus Potter, first to 10.
Remember Yipes?
East Coast, baby, Philly, where you at? Oh, he got the mango sentinel. That nigga New York Knicks. Oh, he's so Pringles. Where your curly mustache at?
Curly mustache. Scoops Haagen-Dazs.
Mac fucking Nito. Mustache. Oh, they correct. Oh, all in your mouth.
Fuck the Knicks. Fuck the Knicks. And you go back to the fucking this mess. Anim Evo 2020.
Alright, here we are with Grand Finals. A rematch of our earlier winners finals and kind of an interesting matchup since we brought up system mechanics.
But you need to use a compressor, bro, otherwise your voice is gonna sound like shit.
It's extra defense, and Ava's system mechanic is extra damage. That's part of why Ava's looking like a truck in some of these earlier matches. But theoretically, Johnny can help cancel that out. Very, very strong start from Ava, picking up that extra damage. But Ada manages to get Star World and escape the pressure that way. Until immediately being rejected, and I don't know what just got dumped on top of her, honestly.
My guy. Is it only 3 of you there? He's out. He's doing his best, man. He's doing his best. There's nothing wrong with the things that he's saying, and he's got good momentum. But the mic sounds like shit. And I can't hear him. There was somebody. There was a think piece, an opinion piece that I've just remembered, titled something like "Silent Hill F doesn't feel like Silent Hill to me." I need to see if I can find it. It had under 1,000 views, so you know it's going to be good. That spooked me a bit. Oh, Francis is playing Silent Hill.
About that. It's looking fierce misty in the town. So
Yes!
it's a bit stormy last week when I was visiting.
Francis is playing Silent Hill!
Well, unfucking-believable. Let's check the map again, see if we have any other. What about this? Can we go to the left, to the right? No.
Standing desk streamer, but raw. Like he's a guy. I only watch 2 streamers, man. I never even bother watching him. Francis is my guy, man. How many fucking guys you got watching? How many cunts? That was quite a lot for him, man. Hold on.
Did you?
522, my guy. Silent Hill F doesn't feel like Silent Hill to me. I'm gonna love this. Now we know the material. And by the way, for contributors, I'll keep all this shit going on in the deep dive stuff. We'll fuck about for now. We've got a pretty good handle on the base text of that being the Silent Hill F trailers. With that said, let's hear some other analysts and their hot takes on why this doesn't feel like a Silent Hill game based on some trailers. Is he going to say because it's got Japanese people in it? I'll give him a little bit of credit. He probably won't say that.
Hi, welcome to Ghost Talks.
Yes. 21 subscribers, 363 views 10 days ago. Yes. And then we've got another one down there. Silent Hill F doesn't feel right. Oh God, yeah. And it's only 8 minutes. Moogle News, 5 minutes. This is great. How do you do that? How do you make videos that are less than 4 hours, mate?
It's a segment where I'll talk more loosely about games and topics I'm interested in. I am very excited for Silent Hill F.
Me too, bro.
The trailers that have been coming
Put it there.
out are looking very interesting from a visual and setting perspective. And many others seem to agree.
I'm like a targeted computer for this smart. Yeah, bro. I'm not interested in listen, bro. Once you get past a certain threshold, I just don't. You unalterably become something else in my eyes. If it's a parasocial thing, you know, if you're my homie, I hope you've got me for life. Hope it's ride or dies here, but I've no interest. All of my favorite early YouTubers, as soon as they get big, I lose complete interest. Don't know what that says about me, really. Maybe I'm afraid of success.
Mixed responses. People are saying things like the combat looks clunky. There's no enemy feedback when
Bro, did you do yours in 720?
Getting hit, etc. And they're also saying it looks like Dark Souls combat.
Sorry, he's playing a Silent Hill beat in the background.
To the point that one of the producers came out to say, "Nuh-uh, you guys are all just FromSoft fanboys that can't."
I hope that's actually the guy.
Stop comparing everything to Bloodborne and Elden Ring.
Oh yeah, this is how stupid people are. This is how stupid. This is what we're up against. This is what we're crusading against. They said there's going to be more combat. Reddit said Silent Hill F is going to be a Souls-like. And so the devs had to turn around and say, no, don't. We didn't say that. What are you talking about? It's like, because that's what a Souls-like is. It's anything with combat in it. It's got nothing to do with the level design. Dark Souls is strictly 100% about its shit wonky combat. That is fun, but come on, man.
You guys are all
Come on, man. Next you'll try telling me that Skyrim is a good game.
FromSoft fanboys that can't stop comparing everything to Bloodborne and Elden Ring. Yeah, come on. It looks nothing like Dark Souls. Huh. That monster kinda looks like the Rotten.
Hey, no, because the Rotten doesn't have flowers on him. Got no legs either. Got no legs on him either. I tell you what, he does look like though. He looks like the insane cancer from Silent Hill 3.
And this monster looks like a giant. Wait a minute.
Nah, it looks like Squall, bro. He popped.
Is this just Dark Souls 2 in Japan?
Your bit was over before it began, man. I was tired of it before it began. I started debunking your bit immediately. That's how frustrating it was.
You know, on second thought, I think the fans are onto something. Jokes aside, the inspiration this time is clearly a departure from the mainline games. For one, it's set in Japan as opposed to the United States.
That's not a departure. We need to get over this idea that Silent Hill is a location. Once you stop thinking of Silent Hill as a location, your mind is free. You are free, my child. That is a different location. Isn't a departure, bro. It being overseas, oh, wow. I know that's so fucking crazy and creative and hard for somebody that comes from the xenophobic country to envisage that people exist elsewhere in pretty much the same manner that you do. But come on, let's be real. If you fucking think Silent Hill is about a town, then what do you like about the games? Because you don't really think that, do you? You don't, but they haven't thought about it. But because they don't really think Silent Hill is about the location, they just haven't thought about it. So they just say dumb shit like, oh, well, because it's in Japan, it's clearly a departure for the franchise. Bro, if it's just about the location, there's been several times where it hasn't been in the town of Silent Hill. You know? Everything happens in America, no one else exists. So you lot are all right, man, because, you know, we've got an international community, but some countries. It's the same here. It's absolutely the same here, man. And it's a lot worse here because look at the size of the country, bro. How many of us could we fit in you, man? Fat cunts.
And they traded in the rust and darkness for fleshy growth and red tendrily things. And
is that from your personal collection? Hmm? You wouldn't happen to want to, you know, run a few rounds on Umineko Golden Fantasy?
Fleshy growth and red tendrily things. And more rice fields.
Mm-hmm. But it's real Japan. They eat a lot of rice.
So, when I say this doesn't look like Silent Hill, I'm not just talking about the location and setting.
Oh, okay. So you're just wasting my time by saying things that you don't agree with and you haven't taken the time to reason with. You're just doing this you're just freestyling this, bro. Have you not taken hours? You're not taking hours to analyze each and every trailer, cunt. How many wiki pages have you brought up whilst making this video? Huh?
Trailers are showing, this looks very different from the original Quadrology.
I'm just jealous.
Pacing of gameplay, characters, presentation, and style of horror. I actually think it looks closer to Slitterhead with the use of red everywhere and heavy focus on action combat. The original Silent Hill was a product of its time and created with inspiration.
I love that one. I love that one. X was a product of its time. So are you cunt.
From horror media from its age. It was a Japanese take on Western horror. And actually, it was Konami's response to
Lost Highway isn't up there, bro.
Resident Evil, which...
Would you get a grip? Would you get a grip? Jacob's Ladder, yes. Carrie, maybe. Clive Barker, yeah. More Francis Bacon than Clive Barker. Lost Highway, there's not one. Blue Velvet. How about Blue Velvet? You know, the movie that Silent Hill 2 rips off an entire scene from? Upwards inflection on my voice to prove superiority?
From horror media from its age. It was a Japanese take on...
From its age! Oh, God. I knew this was going to be good. I'm sorry. If this kind of content's too petty for you, please let me know. Because I'll happily walk it back.
I actually think it looks closer to Slitterhead with the use of red everywhere and heavy focus on action combat. The original Silent Hill was a product of its time and created with inspiration from horror media from its age.
So Silent Hill came out when it did, and it took inspiration from other things that were out when they were working on it versus things that weren't. And it's funny because they actually made something that didn't exist at that point in time. It's crazy because they made something for the future that was new out of things that exist only now. How did he do it? How did he do it? How did he do it?
It was a Japanese take on Western horror. And actually, it was Konami's response to Capcom's Resident Evil, which, broadly put, was also a Japanese...
2 minutes, you're 1/3 into your video and you're reading off the Wikipedia page, brother.
...developer's take on a Western horror movie, this time drawing from the B-horror genre. These attempts created...
Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. Don't insult the intelligence of your viewer. Just get into it, man. What don't you... Come on, man. Hey, you're talking to me, cunt. It's just me and you, man. Everybody else is left. What's going on?
A very unique atmosphere and vibe that, frankly, just hasn't been recaptured since Silent Hill 4. It
hasn't been captured since Silent Hill 2, if we're being real. And I love Silent Hill 3, and I like Silent Hill 4, but let's be real. Let's be real. Which Silent Hill did they remake first?
It's that mix of stilted dialogue, dynamic cinematography, dilapidated environmental design, seemingly off characters.
Shouts out to Angela, man. Fucking rock star.
If you can believe it.
Hope she's in a better place, man.
Slow, quiet pacing that seemed to build up a Silent Hill experience. For me,
I got it for Alex, by the way. Alex would have fucking loved this stream, man.
It's a far cry from those elements. The acting...
Harden.
Very unique atmosphere and vibe that, frankly, just hasn't been recaptured since Silent Hill 4. It's that mix of stilted dialogue, dynamic cinematography, dilapidated environmental design, seemingly off characters, and slow, quiet pacing that seem to build up a Silent Hill experience.
I'm gonna bury you, mate.
And judging by the trailers for Silent Hill F, it's a far cry from those elements. The act...
I'm gonna bury you, cunt. It's right, okay. Talking, you read your script, redraft. Read your script. Because a minute ago you were saying, oh, well, Silent Hill was good because it was a product of its time. And it was inspired by products of its time. Silent Hill F is inspired by products of its time. What do you want, cunt? What do you want? What do you want? I hate this argument. It's like, well, what do you want? What do you want? Do you just want the same things forever? Or do you want creativity to be a thing again. Remember creativity? Imagine if we took risks again. God forbid. So what you're going to say is, and what you've taken all this time to finally, you don't like Silent Hill F because it hasn't got shit archaic voice direction and pre-rendered backgrounds, right? It doesn't have white women or something. You don't like Silent Hill F. Oh no, you don't think Silent Hill F feels like Silent Hill because it's different to games that are 20 years old. I hope so. I hope so.
Is more theatrical and performed with stronger emotion.
You know what other franchise is more theatrical? And I don't think this is a mere coincidence, man. History tends to repeat itself, my friend. You know how 10 seconds ago you were saying that Konami copied Resident Evil? Mad that. Mad that. You're barking up the wrong tree. And by the way, I'm still on the fence for Silent Hill F. I'm optimistic, cautiously optimistic. I'm not giving this guy a hard time because I disagree with him. It's just because his arguments are weak, and they must be stamped out by me on this stream. And we'll do this for a bit. If people, like I say, unless this content is too petty for people, man, you can just let me know. Don't worry.
The monsters strike more viciously, hence making for a more fast-paced combat system. The cinematography is also much more polished.
Yeah. No more pre-rendered backgrounds, I noticed. It seems to be made in Unreal 5 and not some shitty proprietary in-house engine cobbled together from desperation and confusion. We've got engines now, bro. We got engines now. We all use the same ones.
Modern and loses the.
I don't know where Alex is at, by the way. He might just be busy today, man. I'll link him the stream anyway. The VOD that is.
An often dreamlike atmosphere of games like Silent Hill 3 and 4. It's not to say that the current trailers for Silent Hill F are bad or completely void of the original series stylization, but this game is very clearly, obviously being.
Very clearly, obviously. That's a tautology, bro. Clearly, obviously is a tautology.
Made in a different era, and they.
Oh God. No, let him speak. Let the man rap. Let the man speak. Let the man speak. Go on. Go on, tell him. Tell him how you feel.
Trailers for Silent Hill F are bad or completely void of the original series stylization.
Fuck no.
But this game is very clearly, obviously being made in a different era, and therefore draws from a completely separate pool of inspiration than a game like Silent Hill 2. One thing I can say for sure is that you won't be seeing any outfits from Christina Aguilera being used. I think this fresh take on Silent Hill is a good thing.
Fuck, what a take. Nearly killed myself with that take. My heart rate's up, man. I'm out of breath. Oh. Fucking hell. Wasn't expecting that.
And modern, and loses the grainy and often dreamlike atmosphere of games like Silent Hill 3.
Games like Silent Hill 3, Crash Bandicoot 2, Pandemonium on PlayStation 1, Tony Hawk's Underground, fucking Spyro, Winnie the Pooh Party Game Time, Shrek and Donkey Party Game Time, Mario Party 2, basically games that weren't released on modern hardware tended to lack the fidelity of modern day systems, right? Because you see, 20 years ago, when Silent Hill 2 or 3 came out, man, we were just using like an abacus and a stack of pencils to make fucking video games. It's not like it is today. So the reason it looks like that is because they actually had to draw every frame. Thousands of artists would have to draw every frame in real time, and then you just keep on looping the recording until you filled everything out. It's not like today. Imagine Tony Hawk's Underground, but Japanese-centric.
And 4. It's not to say that current trailers for Silent Hill F are bad or completely void of the original series stylization, but this game is very clearly, obviously, being made in a different era. And
all right, boys, if you're here, congratulations. You're now complicit in a new inside joke.
If you can believe it.
Very clearly, obviously.
Therefore, draws from a completely separate pool of inspiration than a game like Silent Hill 2.
I'm sorry, I need to hear this. I need to concentrate on this. Just this, what he's about to say now. Because he's delivering it to us in such a... Well, you see, things used to be made, and they were made back then by people that were alive back then and inspired by people that are around back then. But today, as it turns out, things are very different. See, we don't do things like we did them 20 years ago. No. Idiot. We actually do things like we do them today with people that are around today and do the things that they do today, especially when working on Silent Hill F.
One thing I can say for sure is that you won't be rating. So to say that the current trailers for Silent Hill F are bad or completely void of the original series.
But what I am saying is...
stylization. But this game is very clearly, obviously, being made in a different era, and therefore draws from a completely separate pool of inspiration than a game like Silent Hill 2.
What?
One thing I can say for sure is that you won't be seeing any outfits from Christina Aguilera being used. I think this fresh take on Silent Hill is a good thing. Whether or not you enjoy the game's post-Silent Hill 4, I think we can all agree.
The real Poto is playing Manhunt. You know, some real sick fucks, don't you, buddy?
That the story and the lore sort of went off and created its own branch of nuance that, for better or worse...
Fuck yes. Own branch of nuance? Fuck yes. Oh, yes. This is great.
You enjoy the game.
Oh. What time is it? We'll stay a little bit late, man. We might have to check out this guy's stuff.
Post-Silent Hill 4, I think we can all agree that the story and the lore sort of went off and created its own branch of nuance.
I love that. Own branch of nuance. I'm not even dissing him right now. I definitely don't agree with him. Own branch of nuance? What are you talking about? Speaks like a games journalist. Yeah, just like... I know what a video game is. I know what a video game is. That's it. That's the crux of it. It's like, I've fucking played a video game before. What? I fucking shoot it in the eye. I know what I'm doing, cunt. As you can see, this video game isn't pretty cool, but we'll just have to wait and see.
That, for better or worse, muddied the waters of the town and its inhabitants. So I'm
clunky wordage, man, considering how heavily implicated water is, but you don't know about that, do you, man? You don't know about that yet, man. We haven't even talked about that in the stream, man. We haven't had time, man. 4 hours wasn't enough time. 4 hours wasn't enough time. We had 9 minutes of footage.
Okay, if the new game
just activating my titters
happened somewhere else.
Oh god, this is great, mate. This is great. And please don't regard this as like being a meanie. It's not about that. It's not about that. I'm divorced from all of that stuff. It's just about the art. It's just about the art. I'm just an art critic, man.
It's a good thing. Whether or not you enjoy the game's Silent Hill 4, I think we can all agree that the story and the lore sort of went off and created its own branch of nuance that, for better...
Wait a minute. Why have you got a Steam notification for a friend launching a game if you're just regurgitating footage. What are you recording? What are you recording? I don't miss a fucking thing, me.
Or worse, Muddy
I'm here to be
Book
mean. Yes, man. Bring back the mainstreams.
So I'm okay if the new game just happens somewhere else. I mean, granted, I don't possibly know how they'll tie in this game to the town since it's not even on the same continent.
Oh, great. This is most Silent Hill fans, by the way, and they stop at original Maria had the same outfit as Christina Aguilera at the Teen Choice Awards. That's once they've got that bit of trivia, they're done. They don't go as deep as the themes of colonialization in Final Fantasy VII and the repressed society that is Japan. Poor cunts. No, man. Christina Aguilera, what's she up to? It's like everybody knows that cunt. Did you know that? I bet you fucking did. It's like, yeah, it's a cool bit of trivia. Fucking 20 years ago. People know this shit, bro. I don't know how it's going to be related to the town since it's in another continent. What about another town? How far does it have to be until you stop trying to connect this amorphous, borderline anthological, Hey, listen. Don't worry about the town of Silent Hill, buddy. If I can impart one bit of wisdom today, if you've heard nothing else that I've said, just don't think of Silent Hill as a town, please. It's more than that.
I don't possibly know how they'll tie in this game to the...
I don't possibly know. Sorry, I might be pausing it too much, but... Oh no, it's my cursor dog, sorry. I don't possibly know.
And its inhabitants. So I'm okay if the new game just happens somewhere else. I mean, granted...
What? What?
I don't possibly know how they'll tie in this game to the town since it's not even on the same continent. If this game didn't have Silent Hill in the title, I honestly wouldn't even know it was part of the series, it looking more like a Forbidden...
What about Silent Hill 4, which was actually intended not to be a Silent Hill game, and pretty much only is in title and exposition details alone?
Siren game. Just as a fresh reboot pumped...
Forbidden... Well, it's funny because a lot of Team Silent went off to make Siren. You're nearly there, mate. Sorry, mate. I don't think I do either. He's close. Ultimately, this all comes from a place of repression for me because it's like, well, go on then, Moose. Get up on the world stage. Go on then. Start beef with all of these cunts, man. Innocent guys. This guy's probably 19. Probably 19. He's probably got a learning disability, and I'm just like, ugh.
And loses the grainy and often dreamlike atmosphere of games like Silent Hill 3 and 4. It's not to say that the current trailers for Silent Hill F are bad or completely void of the original series stylization, but this game is very clearly, obviously, being...
Credit, though. Tell you what, credit. He didn't use AI. He did not use AI, and I respect that, man. I respect that. I respect that because I might have used a little AI to structure or for something. I don't need it for the writing, but like whatever, man. If it can help me with structure and stuff like that. But he's not done that. He's just off on one. I respect that, bro. I respect that. I respect that. So what if you can't fucking speak your own language? So fucking what, man? Literacy is overrated, man. I'm glad America are finally realizing that.
Made in a different...
All we need is grunts and hand gestures. That's it.
...era, and therefore...
Yeah, he cares enough, man. That's what I said. Whenever we do this, it's the same with Novimark, man, Alovers, or any of these. But we're not trying to punch. Well, in fact, we're punching up, cunt. So actually, fuck them all.
...of inspiration than a game like Silent Hill 2. One thing I can say for sure is that you won't be seeing any outfits.
He fucking, sorry, I hate to fixate on this line so much, but he really... Dunning-Kruger. You heard of him? This guy is so satisfied when he reaches the conclusion that Silent Hill F was made in a different time to literally anything else, technically, not just Silent Hill.
It's from Christina Aguilera being used.
I'll use you like a fuck puppy.
Of the
Sorry.
original series stylization.
Sorry.
But this game is very clearly, obviously, being made in a different era, and therefore draws from a completely separate pool of inspiration than a game like Silent Hill 2. One thing I can say for sure is that you won't be seeing any outfits from Christina Aguilera.
Love this beat, by the way.
I think this fresh take on Silent Hill is a good thing. Whether or not you enjoy the game's post-Silent...
Oh, I didn't see the ... and that's okay. Right. Okay, good for you. So, we got nowhere. We got nowhere. You know, I like to talk about the ending of Metal Gear Solid 2 quite a lot when we bump into this kind of content. I think about that ending a lot.
Until 4, I think we can all agree that the story and the lore sort of went off and created its own branch of nuance that, for better or worse, muddied the waters of the town and its inhabitants. So I'm okay if the new game just happens somewhere else. I mean, granted, I don't possibly know how they'll tie in this game to the town, since it's not even on the same continent. If this game didn't have Silent Hill in the title, I honestly wouldn't even know it was part of the series, it looking more like a Forbidden Siren game. Just as...
Yeah, so, I don't know if he knows this. He should do, even with his precursory attention to research. Silent Hill 4 was originally just going to be called Room 258. Or whatever fucking apartment he lives in. It wasn't until quite late in the process that they were like, this game is rushed. We're not going to be able to finish it properly. There's no fucking way it's going to sell unless we attach it to a major franchise. Have you heard of a movie called Joker? Same thing there, man. They do it all the time. They do it all the time. You take in a good idea and then you slip it into a capitalist delivery system, so you can infiltrate the common man's mind with new ideas whilst parading them about as established ideas. That way people don't lose their shit when new ideas and new characters start to be introduced. If you can make it be the Joker or Harley Quinn, you know, like the next Hangover movie, maybe, I don't... then you might as well, man. 10 Cloverfield Lane's a really good example. It's a banger of a movie, and it attaches itself to the shit, awful J.J. Abrams piss basket, piss narrative basket. It attaches itself to that piss narrative basket in the last 10 seconds of the movie, where top three, one of Moose's top 3 girl celebs of all time, Mary Elizabeth Winstead, looks over the horizon. There's aliens. Until that point, it's...
pumped new life into the Resident Evil series with 7. I think this...
Oh my god, he's made the connection. He's made the connection. He did say himself that Konami copied Capcom. I guess some people might think you can only do that once, but it turns out if you're a vicious Japanese corporation trying to stay alive, yeah, bro, you'll fucking kick PT down a flight of stairs and you'll just come right the foot back around. Everybody laughed at your pachinko machines, didn't they, bro? Rest in peace. The Konami shut down the Silent Hill pachinko wing 7 years ago. Rest in peace. I'll laugh if he says something that massively redeems himself. He's on the... Like, listen, man, I could coach the guy. I'd just be like, yo, bro, Just stay on Google a bit longer. Stay on Google a bit longer. Well, he doesn't use it like I use it for, I use AI for research. Of course I fucking do. You think I'm stupid? Fucking hell. You've seen me do some manual research today, man. Sometimes it'd be like that. But if you need to cast a wide net, come on, bro.
The same can be done with Silent Hill F using all new characters, mechanics, and talent.
Crumpet says, like, accidentally reveals himself as a huge SH head trying to make low def content. Oh yeah, he's baiting me into it, hook, line, and sinker. I'd fucking send him the VODs. I'd be like, fair enough, mate. If I get duped, well, I'll hold my hand up. I won't try and say I was doing a bit. I promise I won't say I was doing a bit.
I would wish more than anything for another entry in the series made.
It's just natural for me to judge other people's opinions on video games. Turn 34 in 2 weeks.
In the style of the originals. But I think that's what remakes are wonderful for as an alternative.
Hold on. That was a mouthful. What the fuck did you just say?
F, using all new characters, forbidden.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, I was talking over that. He said some crazy shit.
Siren game. Just as a fresh reboot pumped new life into the Resident Evil series with 7, I think the same can be done with Silent Hill F using all new characters, mechanics, and town. I would wish more than anything for another entry in the series made in the style of the originals. But I think that's what remakes are wonderful as an alternative.
He went the other way. He said something so retarded that I can't possibly counter it.
Silent Hill 2 Remake was a phenomenal modern take on a classic horror.
Team Silent's dead. Team Silent doesn't exist anymore. Okay? Doesn't exist anymore. Doesn't exist anymore. Do you think we'd get Metal Gear Solid Delta if Kojima was still working at Konami? No. No. Part of the remake, Bob. Yeah. That's it, man. We've got arguments both sides, brother, but we've been pretty irate with it. And with the whole Oblivion controversy, man, I don't want to get back into it, but it's a difficult time for the channel. Yeah. It's just a bad philosophy. Like, the argument for it is, well, at least a new audience can experience it. It's like, well, when I was a kid, I experienced new shit and old shit. Like, anyway, I think they've silently cancelled Final Fantasy IX Remake. I think they've silently cancelled it.
And I absolutely loved playing through it. It wasn't perfect, and yeah, they changed a lot of things, but it still felt good to go back to a classic Silent Hill story with polished visuals and presentation.
A classic Silent Hill story. Name me your top 5 classic Silent Hill stories. I'll wait. Oh, just 2 and 3. Oh, okay.
It still somewhat felt like a new experience. And Bloober Team is tackling Silent Hill 1 next.
Yeah, fuck it. Don't care. I was nervous about Bloober Team picking up Silent Hill 2 because they hadn't made a horror game that I liked up until that point. Moose fucking Layers of Fear is a good horror game. It isn't. Layers of Fear is shite. Layers of Fear is shite. Can't remember what else they worked on. They did all right. But they released a new horror game, their own IP, the Chronos or something like that, and it got middling reviews. They did a game called The Medium, which was heavily inspired by Silent Hill, mid as fuck. The game that they released recently, mid as fuck. Their crowning success is the Silent Hill 2 remake, which had its blueprints laid out on the ground, ready for everybody already. So I still think they're fucking mid. So yeah, just let them do the remakes. Just let them do the fucking remakes, and then hand the real work over to somebody who can fucking get the work done, man. Come on, Bloober. Yeah, Bloober did the Blair Witch game as well. What else did they do? I think they did the Blair Witch game. Bloober, Blair Witch. Bloober. Yeah, Bloober team. Bloober team. What else? Right, let's just get the full list, mate, because I'm pretty sure it's all mid. Silent Hill 4 is the one where he's in the apartment. And we're probably going to do that soon. I'm not looking forward to the second half, but we ought to do it, really. Had a really funny part where a kid ghost decks himself against the cabinet or something over. Yeah. I remember that. I remember staying there for quite a while. I remember that. It's pretty much one of the only 2 bits I remember are predicting the whole story before I walked into the fucking house, and the ghost baby running into a wall infinitely. That was great. Rest of it, I made a painting out of my daughter. So what? Fucking so what? I'm lost my mind. I'm trying to make my magnum opus. Everyone's trying to interrupt me whilst I'm painting my paintings. So fucking shut up, man. Boring.
So badly. If Silent Hill F is the new springboard for more Silent Hill games, I think I'd be okay with that.
Oh my guy, you're definitely like 1920. You're too, my sweet summer child. If it sells, it will. That's how it works. That's how it works. Don't get attached. Don't get attached to anything. Everything dies. Everything dies in the end. All good things die. And you will too.
I'm happy with what we got in the PlayStation 1 and 2 eras, and Origins through Downpour just didn't feel like good interpretations of the series despite still being in the same town.
Wow, it's crazy that. It's almost as if the town doesn't fucking matter.
A fresh town and a fresh take.
What the fuck? Where the fuck is J-Pan?
I think we'll inject some much needed new life into a series.
Silent Hill mobile game, was that like a dungeon crawler? They really fucking lost the plot for a bit, man. That whole divorce with Kojima really, like, the build up to it, I mean, and the aftermath, I think it really fucked them up, man. I think it really fucked them up. I think it traumatized a corporation.
That's developed too far through too many creators. It's time to just let Silent Hill, the town, rest.
I'm tired, boss.
I think the game looks great, and I'm excited to dip my toes into a brand new horror experience. The last new horror game
I thought it could be Crumpet, but
Souls, which was really
you shouldn't have fucking. Of course, it's got a mobile game. Are you dumb?
fun, but lacked that AA, AAA polish.
Yeah, man. I was thinking of picking this up, but it looks a bit. I think the guy wants to. I think the guy who made it wants to fuck the protagonist.
I mean, F has gotta be better than Ascension in the short.
Yeah, kill all the audio for this.
I am
meme
for more Silent Hill, and I can't think of a better time than now for more to come out of this.
Yeah, best pro tab. What did he do? He fucked his brother or something? It's called the Butcher. He was Pyramid Head, right? But not Pyramid Head. Right, well done, mate. Ghost Yawn, 21 subs. Incognito, man. Right, have any of you got any fucking mad things to say? One glaring problem. Silent Hill left doesn't feel right. Go for it. Go for it, champ.
Hey, thank you for the people that did watch my last video. You guys are really cool and awesome. Thank you for obviously, just generally sitting and watching my video. It does always bring a smile upon my face. There is something I want to address, and that is the thing that I mentioned in that video regarding Fatal Frame. I made a mistake when I was talking about my last video, which was that
nice background that
Schoolgirls, my mistake. That I meant
thinking about bringing back the animated backgrounds
in that video regarding Fatal Frame. I made a mistake when I was talking about my.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, Moose, just chilling in a stream in the Hokkaido Prefecture. I'm gonna get some onigiri and I'm gonna fucking jack off, okay?
Last video, which was that I think I must have said Schoolgirls, my mistake. I didn't mean school.
Yeah, bad mic etiquette. bad Mike etiquette. I agree.
I don't know if I just at school.
Believe it or not, my Mike etiquette isn't even that good, man. Like, but I know not to do this. Don't do this.
Girls, my mistake. I didn't mean schoolgirls. I don't know if I actually said that. I literally went back. I literally went back, and I don't know how I forgot. I think I mentioned it, but if I did, essentially, yeah, my bad. I was meant to just say girls because, again, not all of them are girls, especially by like the third one. You're not even playing as a schoolgirl. I can't remember. Is she a photographer? I might be mixing up the first one, but she's definitely not a schoolgirl. That's for sure, because she's actually more of like. Be like a young adult. I could be wrong, but yeah, that's something I just want to quickly get out of the way. My bad. But Fatal Frame is, yeah, pretty much a ghostly game where you play as a few protagonists, sometimes even male characters too. So you kind of switch perspective at times in the story, depending on what the actual topic or the chapter is of the game.
What is the topic?
Yeah, that's something I wanted to address. Anyway, moving on to the actual topic of the video, which is, by what you're seeing from the title, that Silent Hill F isn't a Silent Hill game.
Oh yeah.
The town as well as the game. Now, some people have gripes with that Silent Hill F isn't based in, obviously, Silent Hill, the actual town itself, so it's not really a Silent Hill game. Which, yeah, I can understand that logic. But then the other logic, which some people have been throwing around, that it doesn't have the Western touch to the old games. Now,
and who's saying this?
Which I can understand the.
Are they American?
That's one I've heard before, like 3 or 4 times by now with some of the Silent Hill games.
Oh, British. Sorry, when I say American, I mean British as well.
But Silent Hill F not having the Western side, I think I accidentally said Eastern before, but the Western sort of aspect to Silent Hill is kind of a strange one to throw around, purely because of Silent Hill 4. Now, Silent Hill 4 actually had the Western feel. So did, I guess, Short Message? I'm not sure, actually. I can't say because I don't know too much about that game. But Silent Hill 4 definitely had that, and I didn't really understand why they were throwing that around. But the town itself, yeah, that's something I heard, and it kind of did started more around the time of Silent Hill 3. Now, Silent Hill 3 does have the town, but you don't actually spend nearly as much time as you do, as much as obviously Silent Hill 1 and 2. But then 4 took it another route and just completely left it, completely ditched it, and so we never had the town in that game.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I could remember.
You could have just said, what about Silent Hill 4 and that bit and the first third of the first half of Silent Hill 3? And moved on, but
basically,
and it's coming from me, man. I'm very long-winded, man. People be begging for me to shut up sometimes.
Not really much of the Silent Hill game. Fun fact: it wasn't even actually gonna have the.
Yeah, I don't actually exist as a person. I've strictly been an AI. Don't think anybody here has actually met me in person, so.
Which kind of shows you that it wasn't meant to be one.
Sorry, what?
In that game, from what I could remember. If I remember right.
Ah, fuck it. I'm gonna die, mate. How many views have you got, mate? Fair Fox. 791. And everybody's just like, yeah, man, that's chill as fuck. So yeah, we should probably do some Silent Hill F content. Do I continue?
Basically, not really much of the Silent Hill game. Fun fact: it wasn't even actually gonna have the name in the title. Silent Hill wasn't going to be in the actual title itself, which kind of shows.
Are you still talking about Silent Hill 4? Or what? Because you're showing footage of Silent Hill 2 when you're supposed to be talking about Silent Hill F, but you're actually talking about Silent Hill 4. Help me out.
I could remember, if I remember that correctly. Basically, not really much of the Silent Hill game. Fun fact: it wasn't even actually going to have the name in the title, like. Silent Hill wasn't going to be in the actual title itself, which kind of shows you that it wasn't meant to be one. And you could probably throw that fact to Silent Hill F, because
right, what? Yeah, no, Silent Hill 4 wasn't intended. It wasn't started as a Silent Hill project. That is correct.
Silent Hill F doesn't seem exactly Silent Hill either, because it does seem like again, a different type of horror game. I'm not saying it's a bad horror game, but a different type.
What's wrong with all these characters' eyes in the new Silent Hill game? Is there a very bright sun that I'm not seeing?
There's some games that always kind of suffer through this issue where they just shouldn't be called or labeled that and should be made their own IP, which is a normal thing that does happen in gaming as a whole. Now, whether I agree with this or not is, I don't know, there's some parts of it where I do agree, and I honestly think you guys really do have a point. And again, it does make sense. It does seem a little bit strange of why they're taking this aspect. And how does this exactly link to the other
What kind of medication is this?
It's meant to be like almost...
Because he's slaying his words like crazy. He's not high. He's not stoned, sorry. He's definitely high.
You know, the year would be technically like Origin, maybe? Oh, I'm just thinking that purely because of the actual time it's set in.
Well, I'm thinking what he's on.
Like, from what I gathered, I did
not recreationally. I'm saying
this game, and yeah, they did quite.
He's crazy,
which was a weird thing I noticed in the actual presentation of Silent Hill F was how much they mentioned that it's still Silent Hill, which is kind of concerning. Wouldn't that raise an eyebrow how many times they have to address it's still a Silent Hill game? You still would understand some of the elements and all that things. It does kind of like raise an eyebrow to the point where it's like, do they know what they're doing exactly? Like, this is the kind of idea that people have over what's
all right, yeah. I mean, that's almost the point.
Silent Hill F.
Right, I'll leave you to it, mate. Good luck.
The Silent Hill F trailer dropped last week, and oh, baby, does it look good. God, I mean, just look at it. How good does that look? But out of the depths drops a controversial trigger warning. Yes, you heard that right. Dropping on your delicious meal like a shit from a vengeful sea. Not that that's happened to me before, but let's talk about it. So, Silent Hill F is now available to wishlist on Steam. But when you go to do this, you get this controversial message.
Turn your switch off, man. People are fucking dying out here, man.
Involved. Okay. Thanks for, clearing that up, I guess? Time. These games are set in Japan in the 1960s and contains depictions based on the customs and culture of that time. These depictions do not reflect the opinions or values of the developers or any individuals involved. Okay. Thanks for clearing that up, I guess?
Well, you know how Quentin Tarantino doesn't actually say the M word all the time, although he probably wishes he could. What are you talking about? This is the problem with people that want to be funny when they're not. It's fucking painful. It's fucking painful. It's good for nobody. It makes them look like fucking dipshits, tryhards, and all the while, you're not actually getting any content of substance. You're not learning anything. You're not being taught anything. This guy is baffled at the fact that a company would have to express that it does not encourage the awful fucking acts of abuse and trauma in a horror franchise. You know, they could have released a statement saying the inverse, but that probably wouldn't have been good for them. It's probably better to just let people know that there's going to be some mature things in this game, and you should probably get a heads up, because some of those bad things have happened to actual people, and if they stumbled across this game without realizing that, they might be in for a worse time than if you are just a casual piss baby like yourself. God forbid you should ever be raped or abused or anything like that, man, because you don't get it, do you? In your world, you just don't get it. You just don't get it. You just don't get it. You live in your garage. It's got its roof is 10 feet high. You've got all your devices on around you, and you're wearing a suit with a backwards hat. You are the epitome of everything that's wrong with Western culture. You, sir, are deplorable, not just as a games journalist, but just as a casual guy. just as a casual guy, if you came up talking to me on the night out about Silent Hill, I would be waiting to escape that conversation as soon as I can, man. And even if I'd have had a couple keys, I'd be like, you're fucking nothing, bro. You don't know anything. You've got no riz. You don't know anything about Silent Hill. You're a fucking loser. My guy on the video before this, 10 times the person you will ever be. Fuck boy.
If you feel uncomfortable at any point while playing, please take a break or speak to someone you trust. It's Silent Hill, bro. I'm not supposed to be comfortable. People reacted in different ways to this. Some people were saying, this is great. Sounds like they're cooking some absolute madness of a story here. Other people were basically saying, why is this needed? Why are you warning people that this fictional game set in 1960s Japan?
It's called a content warning. We've actually done content warnings for quite a while. It's not new. Just Silent Hill F. We've been doing it for a while.
Isn't going to align with your own political beliefs. Now people have taken this as Konami leaning a certain way.
This is what I mean, Crumpet. Like, that's why they called it Silent Hill F. Because if they called it Silent Hill 5, it's like some people think you have to do all 16 Final Fantasies to get caught up, bro. Some people are fucking stupid. This guy is definitely among them. He's definitely not their leader. He's too stupid for that. He's too stupid to be the leader of the stupids.
You know what? I see both sides on this. I know, crazy. Imagine being able to understand both.
Imagine being a pussyfooting, toe the line little bitch with no conviction, no opinion, just a fucking dickhead wearing a suit in his dad's garage.
Perspectives. Insane. I get that the trigger warning seems odd. So will it get to a point where artists and creators basically have to come out and say, look, I may have made a game that made Mickey Mouse spank Donald Duck near to death, but I definitely do not dress up as Mickey Mouse and wait in the darkest of alleyways, waiting for unsuspecting ducks to walk by.
Right, so you rape people. So you don't know what it's like to be a victim because you are a predator. Cool. Cool, yeah, that's cool. Cool. I think me saying, God forbid you ever get raped 2 minutes ago was funnier than your 5-minute bit about being a rapist.
Definitely do not do that. Now I personally think they're just getting ahead of this. They've seen the political climate in the West.
What the hell? You cannot be serious. How did I wake up to this garbage as my president? That's...
The caption says, not sure if this is parody or not. It's hard to tell these days.
Right, garbage.
Right.
They know that games journalists are going to have a meltdown at what I assume is going to be a teenage girl going through some serious issues. Yep. Certainly looks like a lot of issues to me. It kind of reads like a "this isn't for snowflakes" warning, but I mean,
Use a compressor and a limiter.
You know what you're gonna get when you play Silent Hill.
And pick an accent as well, cockboy.
And yes, they've always had warnings, I know, but never this detailed. And to be honest, I am hyped because, based from the description here, I'm very excited that this is finally going to be
Crumpet. Like, this isn't a story.
After 21 years.
You weren't alive then, cunt.
Now this could also be Konami distancing them.
In body, maybe.
Distancing. Now this could also be Konami distancing themselves from what they might not agree with being in the game. That is just...
Pick an accent, bro. You can't have three. You have to have one. You can do funny impressions if you want.
It's me speculating. I don't know. There's also the ERSB rating.
I don't know, Crumpet. Maybe it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell anymore.
Which gives us some cool details. Some enemy attacks can result in the player character getting impaled in their neck and or getting their face ripped apart. Awesome. Now there are some notes on cutscenes here, but I won't go into them because they are slight spoilers. But they sound awesome. You can go see for yourself. It's on the ERSB website for...
You sound awesome. Sound awesome. What's the board called? Yeah, basically all torture. I'm not going to spoil it. If you read it, you read it. It's basically all torture that he's describing. None of those shocking scenes described involved a monster or anything like that. They all involved human characters, presumably children. Don't get me wrong, I'll probably laugh when it happens, bro, but for very different reasons.
Silent Hill F. But this game honestly looks so good. The trailer slaps. Look at this. We got incredible enemy designs. I mean horrific, terrifying enemy designs. The atmosphere.
Say something about him. Why? Say something. Why?
The sphere is so Silent Hill, it's giving me chills. Let's have a look at the story rundown here. Shimizu Hinako. I'm sorry, any Japanese people out there,
Well, not just the Japanese, just... God, you're so white. God. Fucking hell. Ugh. You're like... Ugh. You know what I mean? Just... Fucking... You're so white. And I'm pale as fuck out here, man, but Jesus Christ. Could it not just be the cultural sensitivity? A little bit of respect for people that don't come from your street or don't support your football club, you cunt.
I'm sorry for that butchering there. Was living her life as an ordinary teenager. That is, until her town is suddenly shrouded in fog.
Yeah, man. Some people will listen to this guy.
Now
some 15-year-olds
no longer recognizes, while solving puzzles, fighting strange enemies, and doing everything she can to survive in order to face the ultimate decision that she must make.
Any predictions, boss? What do you think that ultimate decision might be? We've got a few theories, man. We've got a few theories.
This is a tale about a beautiful, yet terrifying choice. What is it? Oh, I gotta know, what's the choice? This sounds incredible. Man, this poor girl's really going through it, man.
Turn your switch off.
Experience her torture for myself.
Turn your switch off.
That didn't sound like I meant it to. I can't wait to play. It instead becomes deeply unsettling. They've said that they want to lean into a more Japanese style of...
Why'd you put the camera all the way up there, man? You're 5'2".
Fucking slaps. Man, and what's this decision?
It's like it's all wrong.
Man, I'm in, baby. This sounds so good. Guys, what's happening? Is this the first video I've had?
I can't possibly believe that this is authentic in any way. Like, I'm choosing to decide it's not a bit. It's too sophisticated to be a bit. As a random bit of just some guy, it all makes sense. As a bit, it's too sophisticated. I think he might be the most unfuckable man. I don't fuck men. But if I showed a 5 to 15 second video of this to some babes,
Where I'm positive? I feel weird. Like there's a warm feeling inside of me. I'm not sure I like it. I don't really think there's any controversy to be had around...
Does it make you want to rape?
To be had around trigger warnings for sure. Why they're there, but I don't think it's going to impact the game in any way.
Your RGB keyboards are lit, by the way.
Either. But honestly, Silent Hill never really sells well anyway, so there's that. I'm excited. But Silent Hill never really sells well compared to how popular the series is. It's weird. Silent Hill unfortunately lost its way years ago with some really, really bad games. I'm looking at you, Downpour and Homecoming. Although Homecoming did have 2 seriously good things about it. No, I'm not sorry. I mean the loss of Kojima in the game he was making as well.
Rape.
Was huge losing that. It looked so good. I mean, people are still upset about that today.
Just chunks of meat for me to fuck.
No. They have the Ascension game, which I'm still convinced is a weird joke from them. It sucks, and no one can convince me otherwise. Then there's the short message, which was free, but I still feel like I was robbed, and then beaten, and then spat on. And not in the good way. It seemed
then
like
raped.
a rejected teenage girl drama script that was repurposed into a Silent Hill game. And No one wants that. And now
Oh God, scathing.
Townfall. The trailer for Townfall looked great, but we haven't really heard from them. Dead Space Remake and Callisto Protocol, which is based remake one. It's probably the biggest fan base of people who have never played the.
God, you're boring.
The internet may never be the same. Censorship is rampant upon gaming and social media.
Yeah, exactly. Couldn't help but notice a new game was made today. By Silent Hill 2 was made like 20 years ago.
Are gamers cooked too? Let's talk about it. Let's just look back at the highlight reel for
Yeah,
some.
nice nationalism, bro. Expose yourself there. Sorry, those three frames told me everything I fucking need to know about you, and I was absolutely right. I was 100% right. Every little thing I've said about you has been correct.
Visa and MasterCard, under pressure from outraged Australian women, enforced new rules upon gaming platforms which resulted in hundreds of games being deleted from everything. And the UK told them to hold their beer.
You know, my nephew, he's 4 years old, and for a while he picked up a weird little talking trait where he would go like, hey, what's going on? He'd just do it like, we all thought it was a bit, but he just kept on doing it for a bit. He's kind of stopped doing it now. But this guy's got white hairs.
They got this and slapped the Online Safety Act upon the people of the UK. To protect the kids? Not at all to monitor everyone and watch what you're doing. No.
Is he upset? How do you do that as well?
It's not protecting the kids, by the way, as I discovered through my own research.
What do you love about the UK, bro? Top 3 things you love about the UK. Should do that video. My neighborhood, which is away from all the blacks and Indian people.
Harmful. Those that have been pushing back against this Online Safety Act have been labelled as predators. Yes, the government does what the government does best, and anyone that calls them out on their incompetence gets called naughty words. It's to demonise and convince the normies of the world that if you believe this and this, then you are evil.
He's an intellectual. Right. Okay, tell me more.
Controlling the narrative. Oh, and of course, it was always about watching adults as well. Is it also?
Oh, here's a good one.
Feminists attack gamers. Again, Steam is being forced to take games off their platform by evil credit card companies. It's a dangerous time for gamers. Let's talk about it. So why are Steam being forced to take games off their platform? Well, I'm glad you asked. So over the last week, Steam removed hundreds of adult-only games from their platform, and when pushed for an answer, we got this. We were recently notified that certain games on Steam may violate.
I just realised I don't care. I'll go for one more Silent Hill take, and then I'll get off. I need one more Silent Hill take. One more hot take. Who are you? An Unreal 5 game with no stutter and good image quality? Unlikely. Unlikely. Yeah, no, he's the definition of a pussy. He's a definition of a little bitch. Sad to see, really, but go off, fucking make your millions. Make your fucking millions. Silent Hill F looks bad. Silent Hill F is not for old fans, and it's on purpose. Really cranked out 8 of those videos and that'll fill an easy 100 a month for the year. Absolutely, man. All his dad charges him for board.
We just had a new Silent Hill transmission. It's time to show off the hotly anticipated...
Okay, 152,000 subscribers, but only 23k views on this video 5 months ago. Something's amiss.
Silent Hill F, a mysterious original title announced way back in 2022. Little has been known about this project, and now that Silent Hill 2 Remake has been laid to rest, there's been a lot of anticipation for this ambitious new story being told at least a decade before the first Silent Hill game, and
Well, at least a decade. Yeah. At least.
Hill 2 remake has been laid to rest.
Right, so the title of this video is Silent Hill F Has Me Worried, and I can only imagine it's because he doesn't know what's going on. He already sounds quite confused. I understand it is very confusing.
There's been a lot of anticipation for this ambitious new story being told at least a decade before the first Silent Hill game, and halfway around the world, far from the town at the center of the series' stories.
No, all the way on the other side. I guess halfway from you. Yeah. What a crazy thing. Imagine Japanese video game company makes a game with Japanese people in it, huh?
A lot of interesting imagery in that original trailer. Many things tied to Japanese history and the aftermath of the nuclear attacks in World War II.
Oh, wow. You're the first person other than us that has mentioned that atrocity. Well done.
It has the potential to be a really interesting and original story, which I think has a lot of old...
We should do a low effort gamer news. Absolutely, yeah.
I count myself amongst them.
Absolutely. Princess Peach has breast reduction, 2% breast reduction to appease...
Thing might eventually be announced as canceled, but here we are with a 40-minute Konami
to appease
dedicated solely to this title. Looks like this...
Oh shit, 40 minutes. I know what we're doing tomorrow.
Entry in the series and not just some...
Konami woke now? Bad for money?
In my life have I heard so much talking about nothing. Seriously.
That's ironic.
What was that? Because all I heard was 40 minutes of repeating the same vagaries over and over. There's horror in beauty. There's horror in beauty. This is a Japanese game. Music is so important. There's horror in beauty. Oh, the art is so good. The monsters are gonna be scary. The game...
Sounds like marketing. Or did you think that they just released the video for like the lulz? I don't know.
The game is so Japanese. Music is important. Did I mention the game is Japanese? Just going around in circles. Why did they even do this transmission if they had nothing to actually show us? Okay, from my...
You've been shown a lot, and so far you've not understood any of it, so... Maybe we should just turn the video off and wait for the game to come out, man, if you're getting that mad about it.
My perspective, as a veteran fan, the top 3 things I care about are...
Top 3 things that a veteran fan cares about. Are you ready? You ready?
Are 1, the story they want to tell, 2, the gameplay, and 3, making sense of how the hell this happens in Japan when the town of Silent Hill is in the United States.
And he fucking dropped it. He dropped the ball, man. He's so confused. He's so confused. 142,000 subscribers following a very confused man. Hate to see it.
We'll start with point 1, because 1 is the first number in the alphabet.
You need the game to have a good story, I get it. Yeah, and 1 is the first number. You're right about that. We get it. You need the game to have a good story. You need the game to have good gameplay. Okay? I want to get to the bit where you try and work out the idea that a Silent Hill game doesn't have to take place in Maine.
I don't know this writer's work. Like any artist, there are people who love it and people who...
I do.
...who say it's trash. I'm not going to trust anyone, and I'm certainly not going to trust Konami's judgment after seeing the Silent Hill IP get pinball machined for 2 decades.
See, this is when you see, you know, like Lovecraft and stuff, and the idea of being of trying to comprehend something that you simply can't. Imagine a guy that more than anything, he just does not know what a pachinko machine is. So he sees that, and his brain just defaults to, well, it must be a fucking pinball machine.
That being said, I'm totally open to this being an interesting story.
As opposed to what? That's very brave of you to come out and say that. That's a new take. We've not heard that one today. You're open to Silent Hill F having an interesting story. I never considered it.
I don't know what to expect, and even with a 40-minute presentation, I still have no idea what the game is actually about. Hopefully it's a good story.
We know what it's about, but, you know, he's a veteran. He's a veteran Silent Hill fan. Veteran. Not just an old veteran. Veteran, it implies more than simple interest.
Even if it makes no sense with Silent Hill as a series, the story they tell could very well be good. Point number 2 is of massive concern to me, because after 2.5 years, it is shocking to me that in this huge feature talking endlessly about the game, not only did they not show any gameplay in the new trailer, they didn't even talk about it. And it makes me not want to use the word game to describe this. I'm starting to get worried that this is going to be another crappy walking simulator like the short message. I worry that we're going to be walking around for 8 to 10 hours.
Why don't you just kill yourself then? Sounds like you've had enough, bro. These are the things that you lose sleep over at night, man. Like, you're fucking miserable. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? How can you be so angry about something that you're so wrong about? Like, you don't even know what's going on. Is he pissed off because he's confused? What's going on, man? Why are all the characters' eyes like that?
Reading notes, watching flashbacks, listening to inner monologues, solving a puzzle here and there, and running away from monsters with no way to defend ourselves. The character has a pipe at one point, but never swings it in the trailer. For all we know, she
does.
Uses it to
She's about to do it right now.
And do QTEs with enemies to escape them. I'm skeptical about this. Again, I'm not saying the story they tell will be bad because of that. It's a separate thing. But my expectations
God,
of this being a
no, we're not supposed to say this word these days, but
plummeted after seeing this.
The word retard comes to mind several times whilst listening to this.
The one that is most important to me, how is this a Silent Hill game if it doesn't take place in Silent Hill? It is possible to tell stories outside the town. We've seen it in Silent Hill 3 and 4, where people connected to the town's history.
And short message, you just talked about short message. Come on, bro.
Or cult start to experience things that happen in Silent Hill. But the important detail is that there is a connection. Heather had the god inside her. Henry was at the center of events from Walter Sullivan, who was performing the cult ritual to summon God. There are story justifications for the events happening outside of Silent Hill. Then comes along the short message in 2024, introducing something called the Silent Hill phenomenon.
Nobody gives a shit about. I was taking the piss. Nobody cares about short message. There's no need to get upset about it. There's certainly no need to get upset about it.
Where suddenly things can happen anywhere for no actual reason, and we know this is Konami's stupid plan to be able to slap the Silent Hill name on any bullshit they want without it having to make sense in the world of Silent Hill. They already did it with the short message.
The world of Silent Hill, canonically, isn't just an island lost at sea that just has a small town from Maine floating on it. There are other locations, like you've even referenced the fact, man, like there's other shit going on. What are you so scared of?
I worry they're gonna do it here because of this exchange.
でまずサイレントヒルという物語、このタイトルが持つ側面の一つはサイレントヒルという土地が持つ記憶や物語、痛みやあるいはその土地の暗い歴史などをかたどったそういうもちろんサイレントヒルという土地の側面、そしてもう一つは登場人物たちの心の闇とか罪とかあるいはそういったわだかまり葛藤、そういったものを視覚的に描かれた心象世界で対峙していくというそういう精神世界を描いたテーマ、この2つの面があったわけなんですよね。この前者でなく後者がサイレントヒルであると考えたならばサイレントヒルは成立するんではないかと考えるに至ったわけです。
To me, this sounds like, who cares if any of this makes sense as a Silent Hill story? What matters
Well, that's your problem. You can either interpret it any slapshot way that you want, or you could just fucking take him at the words that he said. He said, if we imagine, here's the situation, we can imagine Silent Hill to be one of two things. One, a setting, or two, a portal, a gateway into the psychological torment of the characters. And I think even you, with all your ignorance, confusion, and deep levels of stupidity, would probably admit that Silent Hill 2 would not be interesting without that element. But you're the veteran, so...
is that it's a psychological trauma story like Silent Hill 2, the only story in the first 4 games that didn't talk about the core story of the town's power.
Because nobody cares. Because, spoiler alert, nobody fucking cares about the cult and how they came to power. They only give a fuck about Alessa, Harry Mason, and Cheryl. We don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck. If you're stuck on that shit, sit this one out. Yeah. Robert says, does this guy have a point though? If most of the games all stay in the same place? Yeah, no, a bunch of games weren't. I wonder what they're most upset by. I think it's racism. I don't think they see it as that, but I think it's racism.
Hill F tells a story, no matter how good it is, and it doesn't have any connection to the town of Silent Hill, its power, or the cult, we will not accept it as a Silent Hill game. If it has nothing to do with the power that causes these situations, then there's no reason for the situations to be happening, and we won't accept people telling us to let it go either.
Oh boy. Apparently he's a fan of Doom. Apparently he's a fan of Doom, which makes sense. Probably keep up. You could probably keep up with a Doom plot. Well, he's implicating me and you, Clancy, which doesn't rub me the right way. I tell you what. I've already accepted it. I've already accepted this game. Like, I appreciate everything that it's doing, even if it's not a 10 out of 10. I don't give a fuck. As far as I'm concerned, everything that I've seen so far, and me and him have watched the same footage. In fact, he's watched more, because he's seen the 45-minute presentation, and he's very upset about it. So he should have more context, especially as a Silent Hill veteran. But unfortunately, he's just so stupid and confused that. Don't know. 152,000 subscribers.
We value the original stories and the mythologies established.
You really like cults, don't you? Hey, fella. I see what you're doing.
We are in the right to not want people further bastardizing it. If they told a story on the moon about people seeing monsters in the fog and they called it Silent Hill, there would be people who eat it up and call any detractors fake fans.
He's a racist! I mean, there was always a good 50% chance, probably more. Yeah, he's a xenophobe. He just compared Japanese people to fucking Martians.
Hill F has nothing to do with Silent Hill. That'll happen. But I hope I'm worried over nothing. Hopefully there's an attempt, even minuscule, to justify why Silent Hill style situations are happening in Japan in the 1960s.
Don't care.
I'm very curious.
How about that? And the crazy thing is, I know way more about this franchise than you do, cousin.
It off. I'm skeptical, especially after interviews saying they don't really care about Silent Hill as a physical location, when that's what it is, but we'll see. I'd rather be wrong and get a great Silent Hill story over being able to come here screaming I was right, believe it or not. So yeah, the transmission was incredibly disappointing, uninformative, and
just kill yourself. You might as well, man. You make me want to kill myself, man.
Felt disingenuous. The same vague
Your marketing event that felt disingenuous.
And it actually
Color me surprised, cunt.
For what looks to be a very artistically original game. Mayo out.
So last
Hard,
Thursday,
man.
we got our
So, you know, we picked from a sample size of like four random YouTubers. And the one thing they had in common was they're all incredibly confused. They don't know much about Silent Hill. And they all get more views than this channel. So we'll have to put that into consideration moving forward.
We just had a new Silent. Remember the 20.
And with that, folks, I'd best leave you for tonight. I hope tonight was enlightening or entertaining in one way, shape, or form. Fuck knows. Tomorrow we might actually play Resident Evil 4, unless we can find more shit to consume. Either dip into more analysis stuff. I'll be keeping that going regardless. In the Discord. Obviously, we're far from done with the Silent Hill F analysis stuff, but if we don't touch down on it before the release or whatever, yeah, man, it tires me out. It tires me out listening to people. Full stop. That was bad, right? But this is what I mean. That's why I never feel bad about what we're doing, man. We're all right. We're all right over here, man. If the base expectation for content is as low as we've seen it today, and we looked at people with no subscribers, we looked at people with a lot of subscribers, man. They were all shit. We're not. You're the best. Thank you very much. We'll do some more. Yeah, we'll bring the analysis stuff back. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll be back tomorrow. Might play a video game. We shall see. Look after yourselves, man. We'll sort out movie nights as well. We'll get on all of that. Appreciate you. I'll catch you tomorrow. Thank you very much.